All right. Welcome everyone to Ladies Night.
Uh-huh. Very good night.
Yes. As you can see, we went back to our original time. Okay, we want to break in and break down this topic of the 10 things that black women do to drive their men away. And these are the 10 things that men has complained about. We're gonna go into it and break it down to see if that's really something or it could be just that particular person.
Throw it up on the screen. Let's get with it.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, before we do that, I need to do my FBI thing. All right. Okay. Now here we go. This channel may contain contents not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research is not an infringement of copyright. Okay. Now, okay. Here we go. Oh, okay, I scrolled a little too far. And this keeps popping up. Now, the number one thing is not giving enough space.
Okay, where is it on the screen?
Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Hold on. Uh, all right. Okay. Okay. I see what it is. There we go. Our first one is not giving enough space. Now, according to some of these men, from time to time they want to have some time to themselves, to be alone, uh, hang out with their friends, but their girlfriend has an issue with that. She she takes it as that he's trying to um, take an opportunity to cheat and using his friends as an excuse.
Hmm. So if you're that, see, here's my whole issue with it. For one, can anybody hear me?
Yeah. Everybody, give us a one in the chat if you can hear
All right.
Max.
Listen, my whole thing with it is this: if you're that terrified of your man cheating, then why be with him? Why be with somebody that's going to make you feel that way? I don't understand that. Why put all of these stipulations and restrictions on someone that you shouldn't be with in the first place?
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking that there's something wrong with the person. To me, it's either or. If a guy is with a girl that he can't trust, then what is he with her for? If you got to go to the bathroom with your spouse or your man or your woman, you got to follow them to the bathroom because you are afraid that they're going to be cheating with somebody on the phone or whatever, you need to get the hell out of that relationship or go see a therapist. I'm sick of people trying to project their mental illness. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm okay.
I'm sick and tired of people projecting their mental illness on other people, rather than, are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Rather than take ownership of their mental illness and get some therapy. Don't write articles talking about there's something wrong with someone else when, okay, what is the problem?
Nothing. I just got a call.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it just keeps coming back. That's all.
I
All
was
right.
just going to mute real quick so you don't keep interrupted.
All right. No problem.
Okay, so my issue is I'm sick of people writing articles because they got some personal problem with themselves and with other people. You know, they can't seem to function correctly. So they write these articles and they try to get other people involved in their misfortune. There's something really wrong with the person writing the article, and that person is trying to spread that problem to other people. I mean, if you follow, like I said, if you following your spouse or your girlfriend or your boyfriend to the damn bathroom because you're afraid that somebody is making a phone call that's going to amount to cheating, then what the hell are you with that person for? And if you are with that person, there's something wrong with you. That's the way I see it. I don't know about any space, you know. So if you're behaving that way, then yeah, somebody gonna want space away from you. Like, yo, get away from me. I need my space. Don't need you follow me everywhere I go. Why is it an emphasis? Why don't we look at the person who's following the person rather than the person being followed? Why are we looking at it as the man or the woman is the issue rather than the man or the woman that's following the man or the woman that's the issue or supposed issue? You can come in here. And of course, she's going
Okay.
to stay on mute.
So as I was, yeah, the problem is the person that's doing the following around and stuff like that, and it's also very insulting to your partner. They ain't cheating. They ain't thinking about cheating, and yet you acting like they gonna cheat. So you're
Okay, so read a
insulting.
little bit.
Mhm.
Read a little bit of what the article is saying about it.
All right. Let me see. The guy gives an example that she clings to me every because she thinks that every minute I'm not with her, I'm fooling around.
Well, then, okay, see, then why are you with somebody like that?
Um, mm-hmm,
If she's telling you every minute you ain't with her, she fooling around. Obviously, there's something wrong with her.
mm-hmm,
You need to leave.
mm-hmm.
You don't want to be with anybody like that. That's not a stable relationship or a healthy relationship to be in. Somebody carrying on like that. Go
Mm-hmm.
ahead.
Yeah, eventually did. The S word must be used carefully. Some men had intentionally abused the term "I need space" to ensure that they can have their cake and eat it too. Fool around while not giving up what they already have.
See, I got a problem with this person writing this article being very accusatory when it sounds like it's a personal issue.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't sit up here and say men did anything or women did anything. You can only speak from your own experience. Why do we take one person's word over everyone else? Why do we do that? This person obviously has an issue that they can't resolve within themselves, and they're taking it public, trying to point fingers at other people rather than going to get therapy and get some help with their mental illness.
Mm-hmm. Oh, excuse me. Okay. They admit that, but not all men that way. They said most men simply just want some space to be by themselves. Men, just like women, need to feel that they aren't trapped or being held hostage in their lives.
All right.
Hmm. So we, can agree to that. But from time to time, men want to get away and be alone or hang out with their friends. But it's a strain on the relationship when women think that a man is being selfish, silly, or making up excuse to go out and cheat just because he wants some space.
I don't even know what that means because If a person says that he or she wants to go out and get some space or some fresh air or something, what's the problem? You don't want to let that person go because you're saying that they can't be trusted. You're going to go out and cheat again. That falls back on you. What are you doing with that person? That's the way you feel.
Mhm.
How do you
Yeah.
feel like that? I don't understand. How do you feel like that and still stay with the person?
Well, that's exactly the point. Most a lot of people is not going to take that, and eventually, after a while, they can't get to you. They can't get you to seek therapy. They can't get you to work things out. They break it off, and they'll leave. That's why it's the number one reason why men leave. Uh, Chat. Y'all been hearing about this not giving enough space. Have y'all experienced not being given enough space, or have seen when people are not given enough space by their boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wives, with their significant other?
Yeah, I've seen a lot. Hello.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
I have seen a lot of friends being in problem of these kind of issues. Like they being there, like, okay, her husband will tell her, don't go anywhere. I don't want you to be with maybe your friends or anyone. I want you to sit at home. Don't talk to anyone. And that kind of relationship is not a good relationship, as this number one is saying. You have to give your wife a space or your girlfriend a
Yeah, but
space.
yeah, but I got a problem with both people in the relationship because, as far as I'm concerned, both people are crazy. What is he doing with somebody that makes him feel that way, and what is she doing with somebody that's acting like that? Why are both of them staying with each other?
Some people they think when they stay together, maybe one will change. So they be managing.
No, you can't listen. See. This is what I always say. People need to stop expecting other people to be the way they want them to be. You let people be themselves, and then you see if they fit into your life. If they do, then you hit the jackpot. If they don't, then you keep it moving. Don't be trying to change somebody because you're asking them to be something that they're not.
Hmm.
Let them be themselves. Don't put no expectations on people. Don't ask anybody to change. You want to see who they are. And then once they show you who they are, then you make a decision. Okay, I now know who this person is. Now, does this person fit into my life? And you make that decision, yes or no.
Hmm. Hmm.
And that way you don't end up with, well, listen, you know what? Let me follow her to the bathroom because I don't trust her. She might have some dude in there hiding behind a toilet bowl.
Uh,
I mean, come on, man. I mean, that's how silly it is. You know, like if you're thinking like that, then what are you doing? A person that has you thinking like that's going to run your blood pressure up.
mhm.
Okay. And then on the other hand, if you're a woman and your man is thinking like that, what the hell are you doing with him for? Get away from him. He needs therapy, and so do you if you staying with him. Both of y'all need therapy. I think both of y'all are crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Come on now, let's not have these long pauses. That's
Okay,
come
okay.
on.
All right.
Energy.
So, let's see. The, she okay. The smart woman knows that a man needs his space and doesn't hold it against him. She's confident enough to know that person needs his own space to maintain a healthy relationship. On the other hand, jealous and possessive women are well known for their deliberate attempt to prevent a man from having any sort of privacy. Those are the women who think letting a man out of their sight is a mistake.
Well, I think women like that have a hard time finding stable relationships.
Hmm.
I mean, if you're jealous and possessive, who wants to be with somebody like that?
No
Hmm.
one.
Yeah.
Then again, I don't know. With the way people are thinking today, I don't know. People just don't want to. What I notice is that people aren't solid anymore in their thinking. They won't make a decision one way or the other. They just want to be lukewarm. They want to be neutral on everything, and everything is an opinion. Nobody wants to commit to anything. They don't want to commit to a thought. You know. So if someone is jealous, if someone is clearly and blatantly jealous and possessive, right? They pretty much go indifferent to it.
Hmm. Yeah. All
Because you say,
right.
okay, but what about you say, well, what about this person who's jealous and possessive? They don't see it one way or the other. They're indifferent. They don't have no feeling about it one way or the other. Even though they're looking at it and it's clear as day that this person is jealous and possessive, they still go indifferent to it. They
Are
don't
you
want to make a decision one way or the other.
so they either put up with that? I thought some of them were putting up with that because they thought it was complimentary. She's jealous of other women looking at me. I've heard of a guy, he ain't that good looking, so that his wife was so possessive of him, he thought it was a compliment.
It's just an arbitrary set of excuses for people to remain either indifferent or try to blame other people for their own misfortunes. And I don't
Right.
like that.
Oh, okay.
I don't like the people who do these articles. I don't, because these articles are souped up with people who have issues, and they're trying to spread those issues to other people. And
Okay.
they're trying to make it so entertaining that we're we're focused on the people that they're talking about rather than focusing on the author who has serious issues. The
Okay.
author has issues.
Okay. All right. So in this one, do you believe that that is a possibility that women not giving their men enough spaces is the reason why men are leaving them?
No, I don't think
Like,
that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Who
that's
can
not the
make such
reason.
a Who can make such a claim?
Hmm.
Who can make that claim? Think about what that author just wrote. Who can make that claim?
The one guy, the guy she was talking to,
Who can make that claim? Nobody can make that claim.
okay,
How
all
the
right.
hell do you know? How the hell does one person know if that's the reason why men leave? Do that person know? Why do we keep falling for this kind of rhetoric all the time?
Okay, because she was talking to men. She wanted to get it from the men.
Yeah, but she
What?
said this is the reason why men leave. It's impossible for you to know what all men do.
Okay, okay. She okay. All right. Um. Okay. That this is one thing that a black women do that drive black men away. So we can't go by their word on it. Um.
My verdict, my final answer is that I disagree.
You disagree? Okay.
Yeah, I disagree. I think the author is tripping.
Well, chat. Y'all been listening to us. Do you agree with Matt?
Abby, hold on, you got Abby up here too. You're just gonna run her
Okay.
over?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Abby.
Okay. For me, okay, I disagree with the article. I also
Uh-huh.
disagree because you cannot tell us that in just one side. That's why the man or the man is going away. No, I disagree with that.
Yeah, I disagree too.
Okay.
Because you got one person saying he or she knows what an entire body of one sex is doing. That's ridiculous. Nobody
Right.
knows, and nobody has that kind of information.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you have to check it from the both side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now maybe the men she was dealing with had an issue.
Okay. She
You
was.
see, a lot of times, it's the person writing this stuff,
Mhm.
right? The people had a problem with them and left them, and they feel some kind of way because they probably don't think there's anything wrong with them and they don't want to get any help. So now they're feeling some kind of way and want to go out here and say, well, this is the reason why men leave. No, this is the reason why your men left.
Right.
Okay.
Talk to yourself. Don't talk to the general.
Exactly. Yeah. It's the reason why
Okay.
your men left.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. She interviewed a bunch of men. She didn't want her experience to taint
That
the
don't mean
article.
anything because you're still interviewing one individual at a time. So it's still one person's point. I don't care how many men you interview, it's still one person's point.
Okay. All right.
Just because wait a minute. Just because you interview 12 men, don't mean that those 12 men can speak for all men.
No.
Those 12 men have their own individual views. So no matter
Right.
how many you interview, it's still the opinion of one person.
Okay.
Okay. Assuming for here you interviews us, every man have their own views that they are bringing out.
Right.
So you cannot stand on it and say if the men all of them bring their views, that means all of them are speaking for the whole man. No.
No, it's
Okay.
still it's still one person. If you interview one or 30 men, it's still one man's opinion. Because each one of the men
Right.
you interview have a single opinion. That's
Okay.
their opinion about it.
Okay. Okay. So that's an individual thing. That's not uh uh
Right.
as a whole. Okay.
And then don't let the author off the hook. Let's not get distracted, and act like we don't see the the entirety of what's going on. What about the author? Who said the author was an angel in this? Who
Okay.
said that? Sometimes bad people don't know how to do nothing but be bad. And then when they try to do something good, they get caught trying to do something good and they get in trouble for it because they've been known to do nothing but bad. And they feel some kind of way about it because nobody believes that they're good.
Uh-huh.
And then they get mad at other people.
Okay. All right. So should we continue on with the next one, or you want me to back it up and tell you a little bit more about the author of this issue?
Just move on to the next one.
Mm. Okay.
Because we already made our decision. Me and Abby, we,
Right.
we, we disagree. What's your final word on that?
Um. I think it's an individual thing. Um. Because what do
Do
they
you
mean?
agree or disagree or are you indifferent?
Okay, I'm indifferent.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right.
Um.
Let's move on to the next one.
Okay. Um. Act two. I mean, two, acting sweet to get a man and change him.
Wait a minute. What?
Hmm.
Acting sweet to get a man and then change him.
Okay, wait a minute. Is that number two?
That's number two.
Right.
Okay, so number two is acting sweet to get a man and then change him.
No, didn't change in. She changes.
Oh, so you're saying a woman that acts sweet just to get a man and then she change afterwards?
Uh huh.
Oh, I've seen that.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen that happen a lot.
Yeah, I've
Okay.
seen many. The way they
Hmm.
begin with the man is not the way when maybe the man gets married to her. It changed at that point.
I've seen both.
Maybe,
I've seen both do it. I've seen men do it too.
Really?
right.
Yeah, men do that too.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't just
Okay.
women. Men do it too. Men act some kind of way. We all nice, buying a woman gifts and doing all that. Then when they get that ring on their finger, here comes the beer belly. They stop being nice. They stop being gentlemen. Yeah, start farting and shit.
Yeah. 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 This guy mentioned, I don't know why women act so sweet during dating and change completely when they know they got you.
Well, it's like we did before, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you rather see first? Right? People say, put your best foot forward. But is that really a reality of who you really are?
Mm-hmm.
Because in reality, you have 2 feet, right?
Yeah.
So you put the best one forward. What happens to the other one?
Exactly.
So if someone came up to you, you look at it this way. If you was trying to court someone or trying to get a date, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you had an attitude, would you be bold enough to go up to that person and just be yourself?
Yeah. I like to think I would.
What if you had a snotty attitude? What if that was a part of your makeup?
Then they're gonna have to see my snotty attitude because
Okay, so
it's getting prolonged.
okay, okay. So now we're talking about people being able to accept honesty, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have a snobby attitude and that's a part of who you are, then you're being honest. You're being yourself. You're not sending a representative.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't want that. We want to be lied to. So we want you to put on your biggest smile. We want you to see your shiniest dress. We want you to get your most expensive hairdo, your highest heels. And we want you to strut like a lady and tell us all the things we want to hear. We want to be lied to.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to be lied to? If we want
Some.
to be lied to, then this author can't say that women are sweet until they get their man and then they turn bitter or they stop being nice. That happens because you don't want to accept honesty. You want to be lied to. Because if she came at you with the way she really is, you probably wouldn't be with her.
Mm-hmm.
Or you might have
Right.
a better or you might have a better relationship with her because the relationship will start off with pure honesty.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because a
Yeah.
person has an attitude don't mean you can't work things out. I'd rather somebody show me who they really are. I can work with that. Like I said, you might end up having a better relationship because the relationship started out with real honesty.
Yeah, but you
What's
can
that?
change the attitude. You see, you can change the
Uh,
attitude what the woman is having if you really want to be with her.
Mm-hmm.
okay, read a
You
little bit
can do
more of the
something
article.
about it.
Let's right. Let's hear a little bit
Okay.
more.
All right. He says she used to go to bed in naughty nighties, and didn't care about sweating the curls out her head. Now she comes to bed with a head full of rollers and her face covered with Noxzema.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about that. You used to go to bed in naughty nighties and
Hmm.
didn't care about sweating the curls out of her hair. She used to come to bed in naughty nighties. Now this is the beginning of the relationship, right?
Yes, yep, at the beginning of the relationship.
Now she got rollers in her hair and Noxzema on her face. Well, okay, my response to that is the jig is up. She got tired she got tired of being somebody she's not.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Abby, what you
I
think?
think, okay, for me, I think she get tired. Yeah, she's getting tired of someone. That's why.
Thing?
Okay. Okay. I think it might have been a trap to lure him in. She was putting her best foot forward. Knew that give him
But is it really a trap when we want to be lied to?
well, sex anytime you want, any way you want. Yeah, they want to be lied to, so they fall for it.
Remember, we the kind of people that say put your best foot forward, which is really not who you are. Okay, so we want to be lied to. So is it really a trap when we want to be lied to?
Okay, all right. So he should have expected not to have lasted forever. That wasn't her forever. That was just her in the
Well,
beginning of their dating life.
well, I question the way a person thinks anyway, right? If you sitting up here saying that someone should be something forever, you stupid in the first place.
Uh
Okay,
huh.
because people change. Now, people don't have to change into a whole nother person. People get wiser, they get more mature. It doesn't mean that they change who they are, but they may stop doing certain things because they're getting older and wiser. People change. People grow.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. He goes
Come
on
on
to
now, let's
say
start getting to these pauses.
he
Let's
get
come on,
he
let's get
goes
on
on
it.
to say he goes on to say that when they were dating, she batted her eyes, spoke softly, always looked sexy. But now that she got him, that's all changed. The
Okay, but
gently, uh-huh.
all is fair in love and war. I don't see what the problem is. Okay, if it's like that, okay, if she batted her eyelashes and dressed sexy and you fell for it, then it's obvious that you fell in love with something superficial.
Uh-huh.
See, if you was more into her, then that wouldn't have mattered.
Hmm.
Yeah, you got caught up in them batting them eyelashes and throwing some leg out there with the sexy. You got caught up in that.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's instead of you dealing with the woman's personality, you got caught up in her batting them eyelashes.
Mhm.
And the
Abby,
sexy
what you think?
outfit.
Yeah.
Well, yes, you can cut it, but you see, here is the case now. They don't want to do that. They don't want to cut it, but they just want to say is the woman being changed or being having some attitude towards them. And that is the problem that I have over here is that you cannot say it that way. You can because definitely it's not going to be the same like the way you be in relationship with her when he gets you. Definitely there's a kind of changes is going to come over.
Exactly. And you got to listen. And you can't be so naive just to think that when somebody's putting on an act, that act is going to last forever. I mean, you're ridiculous for even thinking something like that. I mean, isn't it obvious she's putting on an act? She's batting her
Mhm.
It's obvious.
eyelashes and she's batting her eyelashes and she's doing a Jessica Rabbit walk. I mean, that's not ringing a bell. I mean, you think that that's going to last forever?
uh,
Somebody,
no, that's
somebody's
not going
gonna
to
get
last
offended.
forever.
No, it's not going to last. She's putting on. She's trying to capture your attention.
Right.
And now she
I mean,
got
it's no
it.
different than listen. How different is that than a guy putting baby doing push-ups and putting baby oil on his muscles and wearing a t-shirt a size too tight?
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
yeah. How's that different from a guy working out, putting lotion on his guns, his biceps, and wearing a muscle shirt? Is he trying to appeal to women too?
No, he's not. He's not.
Yeah, well, he is because he's wearing that muscle shirt because he knows that women like muscles, right?
Hmm.
So he's going the extra mile to make sure he got these big, powerful muscles, and he's wearing that muscle shirt, which is one size too tight to make his muscles appear even bigger.
Hoping that she get distracted by the look of him that she don't
Right,
really get to know
exactly. So is that any different than her batting her eyelashes?
him. No.
It's the same.
And then again, you see, I got a problem with the author. The author has a problem, okay? Because apparently, this author, that's what a woman did to him. Okay, read a little bit more.
Okay. She. All right. Okay. The gently batting eyes and the shy smile have been replaced with frowns, pursued lips, and shrill tone. No more sexy clothes. Now she dressed like she doesn't care what she look like. Every day is a
I,
bad hair.
I'm gonna go on the record right now and just say I'm indifferent to this one. I
Hmm.
really don't care one way or the other. I don't have any feelings or sympathy or un- I, ju- I'm just indifferent to it.
So the guy just gotta chalk it up that he lost.
Yeah. Because for one, you can't see when a woman's putting on a show. Come on, man. It's not like it's hard to see. She batting eyelashes and all of that.
Talking
Seriously?
softly.
Yeah,
Mhm.
seriously. She's doing it. She's batting eyelashes, putting on the Mae West voice, and the Jessica Rabbit walk. And you think all that's real? Come on now.
But
That is not real.
Yeah,
he's from the sound of it, he expected to have it some of the time, but it's like it's completely gone, like it never existed.
that's why these guys can't. That's why these guys can't get no woman because they don't understand women. It's stupid for you to sit up there and think that she gonna put on that show for long periods of time. It's a show, dude. You should have been concentrating on getting to know her rather than falling for her batting her eyelashes. I'm indifferent to this one. Abby, what you
Okay.
think?
Okay, I think. Okay, I think I agree with you. I am agree with you. Yeah, because you cannot say this to Oh men are okay because the women have been doing this, so you have an attitude and you have changed. No, no, I think I agree with you.
Yeah, I don't have
Okay.
no sympathy here. I'm indifferent. So me and Abby are indifferent. Okay, how do you feel?
Okay. I feel like some women have done that, and but I still now that I see it, it's his fault too. So I'm
Well,
like,
we're not saying that they haven't done it. We're not saying nothing. So I don't care because you should have known that she was putting on a show.
Right.
I don't know.
okay, you borged out on me, Max, but okay, he should have picked up that it was a show. He enjoyed the benefits for the show, but I feel like if you're not gonna maintain that, don't do it in the first place. You know?
No, no, he's going to maintain that. That's why he's doing it. No, definitely, he's going to maintain it. Even if he's not maintaining it, you have to understand. You have to understand her. You understand because she's a woman, and definitely, you're not going to get it perfectly like the way she's going to behave. Definitely, she's going to change. Something is going to change. If not being,
Okay. All right, chat. Y'all been listening to this. What do you think about the acting sweet to get a man then changing? Y'all have any comments y'all want to say about that?
Hello, I'm back.
Okay.
uh,
So I was trying to see how the chat was gonna respond to the acting sweet to get a man then change him. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Anybody in the chat talking? Because I don't see anything.
Okay.
Are they
Um.
typing in the chat?
Not at the present.
Is there any typing in the chat at all?
Not since Pure Intention mentioned the first one. Yes, it's
Okay. Well,
relationship.
anyway,
Yes. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. All right, now we're at number 3. Want too many things.
the woman wants too many things.
Yeah.
Okay, so read a little bit into that.
Okay. Guy says, I'm just a working man. I can't afford a 2-story house in the suburb, a Lexus, a Range Rover, and a bunch of credit cards and kids too. Some black men say black women are unrealistic in their expectation and want too much.
Okay, so okay, the basics that he should have a car, money in the bank, a job, and a home. See, guys think that they got to go for these luxury homes. Get you a small house. You can get you a small 1 bedroom house with a bathroom and a kitchen and a dining room and a
Hmm.
backyard that don't even cost you that much.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You can get one for 50, 60,000 and get a fixer up loan and get it fixed up.
Yeah.
You know?
Hmm.
It's yours, you own it.
Yeah.
And you think a woman isn't going to want to be with you in that small house? Of course she will. It's your house. You own it.
Hmm.
She will gladly move in because she can nest in environment.
And if she don't like what you got, then she ain't the woman for you.
Right. And so I don't know about wanting a lot of things. You know, what did he say again?
Um, a 2-story house in the suburbs, a Lexus, a Range Rover, and a bunch of credit cards and kids too.
So you saying so basically what he's saying is when he rolled up on a black woman, she just stepped into and said, "Listen, I need a 2-story house in the suburbs. I need you to have a Range Rover. I need you to have a credit card with no limits on it." Come on now. Come on, man. What? Come on now.
I
Seriously.
think, see, I think that is the chief thing that the woman choose because she
Listen,
needs to feel good.
the author so far is ridiculous. What is he even talking about, man? Nobody. What woman is doing it? What black woman is on it like that?
Oh well, no.
Basically, what it is. You know what it sounds like to me?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like he was a bum and he stepped to a woman and she told him that he had to come correct,
Okay.
and he didn't like that. He didn't like it. Now he got a problem with it.
So it's possible she said all that to make him go away.
Yeah, well, that too. But she probably, yeah, that's possible. She probably said that to only get out of here because he a bum. Or she liked him but wouldn't accept him for the way he was. Probably thought he had better potential to say, look, come back when you come correct. Meaning get you some business, get you a house, get you some work, get you some money, get you some transportation. See, a lot of these dudes step to black women on their knees,
Uh-huh.
meaning that you're not standing up as a man. You don't have nothing to stand for. You don't own anything. You probably stay home with your mama. You're in between jobs. You probably work at Walmart. And so you're not really doing anything manly. So you're already on your knees when you step to a woman.
Yeah,
Instead of
so
standing
the
there,
woman wants you to be
right,
strong.
right. Instead of standing there like a strong man on your own 2 feet with something to show for it. If these guys were serious about being men, rather than running around here like some immature boys chasing skirts, there'd be a better relationships.
Okay. All right. Some of the chats seem to be responding.
What they
Okay.
say?
Okay. Pure intentions. 25 said, I feel like you can be sweet sometimes, but attitudes sometimes change also.
Yeah,
And
but everybody has attitude. Okay, why are we so afraid of attitude? Why we look at attitudes like it's some foreign thing, like we've never experienced an attitude before in our lives? As soon as you throw the word attitude out there, everybody freaks out. Oh my God, an attitude. So what? I mean, everybody's got attitudes. We're black folk. All of us got attitudes. We deal with attitudes 24/7. I don't understand why it's so special or so different when we say, well, yeah, she got an attitude. What's so special about that? Why we got to have some kind of side effect? Why does got to be a complete sidebar? Hey, listen, come over here for a second. Let's huddle up and talk about her attitude. Yeah, she got an attitude. Yeah, I know she has an attitude. But what kind of attitude is it? Well, I've seen it a lot. Yeah, I've seen it a lot too. But why are we talking about it? Because she got one. I mean, it's ridiculous.
okay.
We all have attitude. We're black folk.
Okay.
Why are we acting like an attitude is something that needs all of our attention or something that needs to change the course of our lives? Okay, there's an attitude, deal with it. I yield the mic. Go ahead.
All
Yeah,
right.
they don't want to deal with attitude.
All right. Remy Norris goes, no offense, but most of these dudes can't afford the mess, and black women know it, so why ask for it? Lord.
But you see, I agree with that. I agree with that. So she probably told him, go back to the beginning and read that again. What was the list?
Okay.
Read that list
Um,
again.
Okay, a two-story house in the suburbs, a
Uh huh.
Lexus, a Range Rover, a
Wait a minute. A
bunch of credit
two-story
cards,
house. Wait a minute. A two-story house in the suburbs, a Lexus, which is a luxury Asian car. Go ahead.
a Range Rover,
And a
a
Range Rover.
yeah,
Okay.
a bunch of credit cards, and kids
Oh,
too.
okay. She was trying to get rid of him. Yeah. Apparently, she didn't like what she seen. But yeah, apparently she didn't like what she saw. And probably had a conversation with him and didn't like what she heard. She probably heard of the she probably heard a defeatist attitude. You know, she probably felt that he didn't have any want to. Okay, but he was coming on to her hard. She tried to get rid of him because that list right there is unrealistic for someone who don't have a job. Now, if you got a job and you're making some money, then you can slowly build your way up to stuff like that. But if you ain't got no job, that whole list is unrealistic. So, so to me, it sounded like she was trying to get rid of him. Addie, what you think?
Okay. For me here, to me too, I think she would just want to know the guy is strong to be with her or not.
Wait a minute, say that again.
I said for me, for here, he just wants to know if the guy is strong to be with
Nah,
her or not.
well, obviously not. If she hitting him with that, she saw something she didn't like. Instead of turning him, instead of just saying flat out no, she gave him this. She invoked an impossibility. She gave him a list that she knew he wouldn't be able to achieve in his current state.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
right.
That ain't
Yeah,
what you say.
because
Huh? What happened to Dan?
I think she's mute.
Hey, I'm sorry, I had to clear my throat. Okay. Um, yeah. The dude claims he's a working man, just that he can't afford all that, you know, and he must not be working
Well,
enough.
well, again, I think that black men we have to achieve higher than just being a worker. I mean, it's okay to be a working man. I respect the working man. I respect that. But go for owning stuff. We don't have a lot of ownership as black men. You know, you would gain a lot more respect from your women if you aimed for ownership. Own your own job. Go get your contractor's license. And then you own your own job. You don't have to work for nobody because you got a contractor's license. Go ahead. I don't want to get off track. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. So he's saying that she's wanting too much. That he can't afford all that. Like that.
Okay, read some more of the article. Read some. See what else he's talking about.
Okay. Let's see. When they don't have these things, they moan and complain as though life is terrible. If the man dare says something about how he's happy with things as they are, he'll be accused of being complacent, lazy, and lacking ambition.
I agree with that. And I think he
Right.
should. Yeah, and I think she should. Cause why would you settle for? You see, sometimes dudes get comfortable with really meager things, and because those things are easy, they think that that's what's really going on. But it's really not enough in life. They should strive for more. So now you got somebody in your life see that you have great potential, and you should be striving for more when you're settling for less. So yeah, I agree with what she said. I agree that yeah, that the woman should push the man to um, strive for more. I agree with that.
Okay. Mm-hmm. She's making me think of the movies because the guy that's talking in here, he's a mail courier.
Okay, Abby, you got something to say about that? I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I also agree with you totally. Yeah,
Yeah, what woman wants her man to not be ambitious or to settle for less? Black men have to have higher standards for themselves too. You got to want to go for the gusto. Too many brothers don't want anything out of life. But everybody that ain't feeling that. You get with a
yeah,
woman,
that
she wants something. You get with a woman, she wants something out of life. Okay, so she don't want you as her man sitting there not wanting anything out of life. Go ahead, Abby. Go ahead.
yeah, true. That's what I was about to say because they want someone who wants different thing in life, who want to
Hmm.
achieve something in life. They don't want someone who doesn't want to achieve anything in life. You see, someone who wants to be okay in different steps in life.
Right. It's like you got grown guys who have a boy mentality and they're comfortable with playing video games all day long.
Mm-hmm.
You got a girlfriend and she wants something. Oh, look, why don't you go get a job? You saying that I'm trying to tell you I'm content with playing video games. Well, I got to go look for a job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Uh, and then she kick him out the house. You get kicked out the house. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
hmm
Uh, look, like why you get kicked out the house, man? I got to get a job.
Yeah. I don't know why they surprised they got to get a job.
Because it's like she
because
said, it's like you said, it's like you said, it's complacency, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're cool with being. I talked about this before, right? A lot of black men are cool with being nobodies. Okay, and that's tragic in itself, right? A lot of them are cool with being nobodies. Okay, so you have women who ain't trying to hear that. So I don't have a problem with what the woman said in this case. I really don't. I agree.
Okay.
So what else he said?
Okay. So what else he says is it's fine to have goals and want to have such luxuries, but counting the blessings you already have never hurts neither.
See, that's to me, that's a person that is settling for less. That almost sounds like a defeatist attitude.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Uh-huh.
and she don't want that. She wants somebody that's hard charging, that's striving, which is what men should be doing. Look, I'm 54 and I'm still striving for stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I still want better for myself. I still want better at the
Yeah.
age of 54.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always trying to improve. I want better.
yeah, but we have the young men
And
who are like 30, 40, who don't want better in their life, who doesn't
no, they,
want.
no,
Yeah.
they cool with being a nobody. And these guys walking around here, they okay with being a nobody. They're okay with being a non-participant in life. They're okay with that. So as far as this one goes, I'm gonna disagree. I'm disagreeing with the title.
All right. So I kind of agree too. She don't want too much. I think she said that just to either make him go away or make him step up.
Yeah.
You said you agree?
Yeah,
He
I
said,
think she just said that to either make him go away or make him step it up.
that is
Yeah, I just
disagree.
Because some people they find with just that they have a nice job. I got a nice job. Like that's supposed to be enough. A job with benefits. hmm and
you done just completely confused me. I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
okay, I said that she probably said that to either make him go away or to step up his game. Stop being just uh, satisfied with just having a job. You know.
Yeah, I
So
got that, but that's just our take on it. What do you agree with the title? Do you agree or disagree, or you're indifferent?
um, I'm indifferent.
I disagree. Abby?
Okay, I'm indifferent too.
Okay.
Okay, I'm indifferent.
Next one.
All right. Okay.
Which one we on?
Number
We are
four.
on number four. Number four
And
is not
and
saying.
hold on.
Uh huh.
Shout out to everybody who just came in the chat. What we're doing is we're breaking down a list that was put in by black men about the 10 things that black women do to drive black men away. And so this is an article that you see on the screen, and we're going through the 10 things one by one, and we're discussing it, and we're giving you our take on it. Okay, Dan, go ahead.
All right. So, uh, the fourth thing, not saying what she means.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
what?
Not saying what she means. Okay,
That's number four.
that's number four.
Not
According,
saying what she means.
mhm. According to this guy, women expect you to read their minds like a psychic. Men aren't very good mind readers.
I mean, I can't. I mean, y'all women, is that true? Do y'all expect men to read your minds?
Yeah,
There's
yes.
mm,
For me,
there's
I would say that's true. We're supposed to have men to read our mind. Yeah.
all right. Okay, so I think for
Wait a
certain
minute, wait a minute. What did you say, Abby?
Yeah, I said yes. We like men
Oh, so
to read.
oh, so you like men to read your mind?
Right.
Oh, I never heard a woman say that before.
but in some things I think it's obvious. It should be obvious that either I'm being sarcastic or I'm not meaning it.
I don't even know what.
Okay, okay. Let me jump the gun a little bit. Okay, they gave an example of a situation, and the woman says, "No, I don't mind if you go out with your friends instead of taking me to the movies tonight." A woman says, tapping her foot and looking away with her arms folded. Now, when you hear this, do you think she's being subtle?
I mean, if you can't read that, then you don't need to be in a relationship.
Exactly. That is an obvious one. You know, of course she's not going to want you to go out with your friends. She's being sarcastic. But if you can't tell that, you're right, Max. He shouldn't be in a relationship. He's
No, you shouldn't
obviously
be in a
he's
relationship.
stupid.
What? I'm curious. What else did he say?
Let's see. Let's see. In fact, we often have difficulty just figuring out what women mean with the words they speak. I think women are far more sophisticated communicators than men. They seem to be more
I
adept
agree.
with the subtleties and gestures and
Right, because they're very social. That's why.
facial expression, right?
Yeah, they're far more social than men. Hmm.
Mhm. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Go on.
Therefore, men and women almost always suffer from communication breakdown in relationship.
I don't know about
Right.
that. I don't agree with that.
Okay, it says, unfortunately, some women do not express themselves honestly and openly. It seems that they are more adapt to use voice inflection and body
Well,
language to
see
communicate what they.
now, see now it's starting to sound like he doesn't want to get to know the woman.
Uh
So it's
huh.
easier to say they don't express themselves rather than you getting to know them and understand how they do things and how they say things. You're just going to say, well, they don't know how to express themselves. He's just looking for a cop out.
Ooh. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Nisha. You got to let it have your mic and camera permission. It won't let you finish through. Nisha Chimes is trying to get up here. Uh huh.
Hmm.
So you might have to go out and come back in again and give it permission. You don't have to turn on your camera. You just got to give it permission to use your camera and mic.
Shout out to Denise Bond. Okay, so what else is he saying?
Okay, let's see. All right. Remy said maybe it's true to a certain extent. However, if you've been with someone for a while, you should be able to pick up on some things because, of course, you
Yeah,
spend time with that person.
I agree. Like I said, he's not trying to get to know the woman. It's easy. This is a cop out. It's easy
Mm-hmm.
for him to blame women and say, okay, well, they're unreasonable. They don't know how to express themselves. Rather than him going the extra mile and let me get to know this woman. Okay. I always said this before. Women tell us all the time to get to know them. A
Hmm.
lot of men just keep ignoring what women say.
Hmm.
And so when you don't get to know them, then you don't figure out these little subtleties that they use. See, you were getting to know them like laying it. The best way to get to know a woman, in my opinion, is laying in bed with her and talking to her face to face while y'all laying down. You're in a very calm environment. It's a very serene environment. You know, you kissing her on the lips or whatever. Just look her, y'all laying there, looking at each other's eyes, talk to her. That's one of the best ways to get to know her. Her guard
Yeah,
is
but we have
down.
some.
Yeah, her guard is down. And she'll tell you what she mean by certain things. Like, you know what, baby? I don't understand when you was over there in the corner and I was in the kitchen getting you some orange juice and I asked you, did you want some? And you turned and shook your hip and then nodded your head and walked out. I didn't know what that meant. So I drank the orange juice. She'll tell you what it means.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? She'll tell you
Yes.
what, oh, well, what I meant by that was I wanted you to bring the orange juice out to me. I wanted you to follow me out to this way and that way. You know, when I really want something, I'll shake my hips forward as well. She'll tell you what it is. That's the best time to get to know women when you're laying in bed with them. Ask questions. If you don't know what one expression means, she's doing the chicken neck or waving a finger. You don't know what that means. Wait till you get her in bed, y'all laying down in a relaxed, serene environment and ask her about it.
Hmm. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Pure intentions goes, I expect him to know me well enough to kind of know what I'm thinking sometimes, depending on the issue.
Well, that depends on if he's into the woman or not. See, that goes back to the earlier one that we was talking about when she was batting her eyelashes and all of that,
Mm-hmm.
and he was more
Mm.
concerned with that than getting to know the woman.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing here. He needs to get to know the woman. You
Okay.
know.
Okay. Remy says some men don't have a genuine interest in getting to know women. They want to know what benefits that she can provide him.
Well, then you shouldn't be with the woman then, because one of the greatest benefits that she can provide you is the understanding of who she is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Hassan was going. Oh yes, sir. Indeed, to your comment about getting to know the woman while y'all in bed, and then Hassan was telling Remy to stop it. But unfortunately, it is true. There are men who they interested in the benefits. They're not trying to get to know the woman, and then they're gonna claim she changed up on them.
Wait a minute. What?
What?
What happened?
I
She
said
was talking.
some some men are not interested in getting to know the woman. They're interested in getting her in bed. So then they start hollering about she changed up on them when they didn't even bother to get to know her in the first place. How you know she changed up on you? You never got to know her.
Mm.
Because if all you could say was that she used to dress sexy, um, she didn't worry about her hair getting messed up. She used to talk soft and gently to you, and then all of a sudden she stopped. Did you even bother to know her, or you never got
You know
past?
something? Did y'all know Halle Berry was in John Wick 3?
Um. No, I didn't get past John Wick 2.
Hmm. She's an assassin in John Wick 3.
Okay.
And she has a trained killer dog with a bulletproof vest on. She actually got
Wow.
two of them. Anyway, sidetrack. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know who Adam Mesh is, but you're getting off topic.
We can get into that too. Does
About
child abuse make someone abusive? Yes, it does. But let us run through this thing here, and we can have that discussion too.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The son, Remy's telling it's true. Trust me. You know you want to get to know you for you without getting anything out of it for themselves. For example, getting to know what your interests are or hobbies.
I don't need to hear any more of this. I'm
All
going to
right.
go with disagree. That's my final answer on that one. I disagree because there's too many issues with that.
Uh huh.
There's too many problems because because men don't take time out to get to know women, then they try to blame women. Talking about women want us to be mind readers when you don't even try to get to know the woman. So no, I'm gonna disagree with that. I'm. What was that, number 5 or 4?
Number 4.
4.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
What about you, Avana?
I also disagree with that, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I might have to know the woman, yeah.
And you, Dave?
Okay, me, I believe she's saying exactly what she means. You just not listening. So I believe that's untrue.
So
That she.
okay, so do you agree or disagree or you're indifferent?
Oh, I disagree. I disagree.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right, let's move on.
All right. Number 5. The 3 B's of sex.
Okay,
All right.
what are the three B's of sex?
All right.
Let's
Okay.
go right to it. Let's not get into no long story. What are the three B's of sex?
The first B, okay, the three B's: bad, boring, and bourgeois battle.
Okay, one more time.
The three B's of sex is bad, boring, and the bourgeois battle.
The bou, bourgeois battle.
Yeah, in other words, the
What is
bedroom. Okay, all right. You want
the
to start with the
bourgeois?
bourgeois battle, or you want to
Yeah,
start in the? In the
let's no, let's go with this bourgeois battle. What is that?
okay, all right. The bourgeois. Okay, I gotta scroll down a little bit. The bourgeois battle uses sex as a weapon. Doesn't do anything but make a man angry. It can be subtle things such as not being open to touching and cuddling, or it can be more strategic. Uh,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What?
it's using sex as a weapon. That's why it's called bourgeois battles.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Okay.
yeah,
This could be interesting. This could be interesting.
yeah. Using sex as a weapon doesn't do
All right.
anything but
Let's
make
go.
a man angry.
All right. Let's go. Hebrew Israelite. Read.
It can be subtle things such as not being open to touching and cuddling. So, in other words, she don't want you to touch her, cuddle her. No, 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 no. Don't touch me. I don't want to cuddle. Stay on your end of the bed. Or it could be more uh, um,
Well, we
strategic.
used
Like
to.
it could be a refusal
Okay.
to do certain things in bed.
Okay. Back in my day, we called that getting put in the doghouse.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
You in the doghouse. Yeah. So you want it like that? You in the doghouse.
All right.
Hmm.
But does it go as far as refusing to do certain things in bed?
Yeah.
All
You in the
right.
doghouse. You don't lost your privileges. You
Okay.
locked
What
up.
about
You
outright
locked up. Wait
refuse
a minute.
sex?
Wait a minute. You locked up. Don't get me out. I'm locked up. Okay. Good.
So it's not a battle. It's just he's in the doghouse for whatever reason, and he
Now
just
I'm gonna tell
going.
you something. You got to be bad though to use sex as a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If she using sex as a weapon, she bad. And he gonna go right along with it. He gonna go in that doghouse and he gonna murmur quietly until he get out. He ain't gonna try to he ain't gonna try to break out. He ain't gonna get with the other dogs. They try to break out of there. He ain't gonna do nothing. He gonna do his time quietly. Why? Because his woman is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she's super fine. So he gonna do his time in the doghouse. Other dogs come up to him talking about some roof. Let's break out of here, roof. Like, nah, man. I'm good. I'm just gonna eat my couple of bones, man, and do my time.
Man, you've been punked. You a punk, man. They would say he was
Be
whipped.
like, well, hell, if your woman was as fine as mine, you'd be a punk too, nigga. Oh funky, funky ass K9. Got one less leg. They call you K8 now, nigga. Yeah,
Uh-huh. All right. Okay. All right. So it's basically he's in the doghouse,
yeah.
but he don't know why he's in the doghouse. So he thinks she's
If
just
a
doing it.
woman, can use sex as a weapon against you, she got it going on. She's super sexy. You can use sex as a weapon.
Well, I do know she can use it like rewards and treats. If she could do that too. She can do it
All
use
right,
it
so
as
let's
well.
all right, so let's go down with the three B. So the third one is bourgeois what?
Battle.
Bourgeois battle. So that's the sex weapon. Now what's the first two? The first one is bad.
Bad
So what
sex.
they saying? Bad sex. Now
Okay.
what's the title again?
Okay. The three B's. The three B's of sex.
Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to mean though. Like what are we what is she saying?
Okay. Okay. I'm going to be straight about it. Sex is important to me. This guy, sex is important. Perhaps it would be nice if sex didn't play such a major role in relationships. But for most people, sex is a big part of
Wait a
relationship.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. A guy is saying that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Uh-huh. I told you she did
Wow.
interviews with guys. Okay.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Good.
Okay.
I'm just blown away by that guy. Uh-huh.
Okay. But for most people, okay. And for men, it's probably more important than it should be. The sexual aggravation of men boil down to the three B's: bad, boring, and the bourgeois battle. Bad sex.
I but okay, but listen, but whoa. Okay. All right. See, I'm old school. I'm strong. Okay. I don't know about these weak dudes today. See, back in the day, we can handle the truth. We strong. I'd rather a woman tell me I'm bad. Don't tell me I'm good when I'm not. Okay. If we just got finished doing the hookah chuka, and you want some, yo, JB, you the best, and you know I'm the worst, then I can't improve like that.
No. That's
I
not
want
what
to
he's
be
saying.
told.
He's saying she's having she has bad sex. Her sex is bad. She has no skills.
Okay, um, what skills is she supposed to have?
I don't know, but apparently, um, sex is a learned skill. He put it as a similar to driving a car. Basically, anyone can do it. Some are good at it, and others are expert. But everyone has an idea what they consider good and bad sex. Common complaint among men are lack of enthusiasm, lack of rhythm, no creativity, and poor technique.
You know what? I never.
Okay, Max. Oh, he's so shocked he dropped out. Hey, Nisha. Hey,
You can
Abinah.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
you. So I was on that other page, so I didn't see you come on.
Oh, okay. I had
Okay.
to. I struggled to get in, but I'm in.
All right. Nisha chimes. Max just dropped out. I think he was shocked that that are men saying that there are women that's bad at sex. I don't think
He's
he
shocked about what?
okay. He thought that the article was saying that the woman is complaining about men's sex, and I was explaining to him, no, the article is saying the men are complaining about women um, um, doing sex badly.
Right.
Yeah,
So what was he shocked about?
I think he was surprised. When he comes back, I have a feeling he's gonna probably say something along the lines of, "There's no such thing."
That a man can be bad in bed.
No, he understand a man can be bad in bed. That the
Okay.
man was saying that the woman is bad in bed.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
I'm a
back, y'all.
little I'm a
I'm
little
back.
lost, so I guess I'll
Can y'all
catch
hear me?
up.
Hey, Max,
Can y'all hear
Nisha.
me?
Yeah, Nisha Chime
Hey,
made it up
Nisha.
with us.
Hi Max,
Hey,
how are
Nisha. What's going
you?
on, big sis? All right.
Nothing
Going on,
much,
sister.
nothing much.
Much love, much
Now,
love.
yes,
Uh-huh.
thank you. Dame was speaking to
hmm
you about being shocked about something. Explain it yourself. What were you shocked
Yeah,
about?
yeah. The guy said that the woman had no skills and she was bad at sex. What?
Okay.
Like, there's no such thing. It's a woman, dude. What do you mean she bad as you supposed to be doing all of the work?
Okay, so
What are you
your
worried about
position
her for? If
is
she does do, yeah, that he
because
supposed to be the one handling
traditionally,
the business. If she, uh huh.
yeah, I'm still trying to get the gist of it because what are you saying? That it's impossible for a
I'm saying,
man to be bad in bed?
no, that's not what I'm saying. Of course, it's
Oh,
a
okay.
man could be bad. I'm saying it's impossible for a woman to be bad. She's a woman. There is no she's bad at sex because you supposed to be handling your business. Now, if
I
she throws a
disagree with
hip,
that.
now
Right.
if she gyrates her hip left or right, it helps you out. That's cool, but that's not what you should be looking for. You should be laying it down.
Huh. I think it's a two-way street. I feel like it's a two-way street. I mean, of course,
Mm.
what you're saying has relevance, but then that would be kind of like the type of sex that you can get anywhere. And I think
hmm
you guys before, when I was having a hard time getting in, I think you were talking about how I honestly, and I'm playing catch up, but I
hmm
don't think that a woman there's a such thing as women who put it down. Put it this way: I think you were saying something a few minutes ago about how a woman. I forgot because I struggled to get in here, so I'll just
Yeah,
chime
we
in as
doing. Yeah, to
yeah.
bring you up to speed, we're doing this article list about some black men wrote a list of the 10 things that black women do to drive black men away.
Right.
So that's what this list is. Yeah, we're going through it and giving our opinions on what's being written. So far, I don't like most of it. I think most of it is BS, but
Yeah,
you
I
know,
got that from you. Yeah, I
yeah,
got
uh,
that.
yeah,
And I think it's relative. I think for the most
hmm
part, it's relative. It's based
hmm
on the people involved. But I
hmm
I would like to chime in on the aspect of it when you guys were talking about. I think Dame read something to the degree where the woman utilized her sexuality in the beginning to get the man,
Oh
and then I
yeah,
think she made a comment
that was
about.
number.
Go ahead.
I think number
Yeah, that was
two,
number 4, right, Dane? That was number
Um,
4.
no, no, no. That was a
Yeah, that
little
was number
further up.
4.
That was like number two.
number two,
Right.
it was number
No, it
two.
wasn't. What was number 2?
Acting sweet to get a man, then change him.
Oh,
Right.
okay, yeah, with the batting the eyelashes. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay,
And then she
yeah.
said that the woman transitioned, I guess, as she got comfortable in the relationship, she transitioned into basically wearing Noxzema or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And
And
hair
what I
rollers.
think about that is, I don't know what the mindset is as far as a relationship today, but I feel like if a man is with you solely based on your looks, then the relationship is a waste of time because it should get to a point where I can be comfortable at night, you know, not doing my hair to go to bed. Because my experience is if he's into
Mm-hmm.
me, it doesn't matter what I'm wearing
Mm-hmm.
because we have an
Mm-hmm.
internal or soul connection.
Mm-hmm.
But if I go out in public, like we go out to a restaurant and I'm wearing Noxzema, and my head rag, then that may be a problem. So I don't understand that. I can't relate to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
He's
wouldn't be with a man that put, I would not be with a man that had the mindset that I had to show up to visually stimulate him. Now we're out and about and, on the town, that's different.
mm-hmm.
But if we're chilling at home, I should be able to wear my Noxzema. I should be able to not have to have, and I've experienced this, and we never had a problem in the bedroom because I guess for me, I don't deal with men like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why they were saying acting sweet later. She was coming to bed in 90s. She wasn't worried about sweating out her hair with vigorous sex or anything. And
Right.
then after she got him, I don't know if that means married or they living together, whatever the case may be. She stopped, wearing the nighties to bed. She's coming to bed with Noxzema and her do rag. And then the other one is she used to talk softly to him and sweetly to him, and she stopped doing that.
Right.
Oh,
Mhm.
hmm
Yeah,
And he,
I can't relate to that because I feel like at a point in a relationship there is debate. I mean, I'm the type of woman where I take pride in how I present when I go out. So I'm always on point and viewed as attractive. And even with that, I don't try to flaunt it. So I guess I can't really understand it because I have never experienced that. But if you're the type of woman who carries yourself that way, if you're the type of woman who rolls like that, like you put all of the effort in trying to look the part, walk the part, or whatever,
Mhm.
then it's no shock that you're going to be with a guy who is going to see you as stale at a point. Basically, you attract what you are.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. But I've heard over time that some men and women complain about this person change and that person change and stuff like that.
Right.
Um, and it said she changed on me, you know, and I was like,
Yeah.
you sure she changed on you, or you never really got to know the real her?
Exactly. Exactly.
Right.
Hmm.
Exactly. Because that's the point. And that's what I'm talking about in terms of what are you looking for? Because the mindset today is like if you are dealing with a friend with a benefit, I can't get with the mindset today. So if you're just out to get a lay or to bed somebody, I can see how that would happen. But my mindset has always been in terms of a relationship, not playing the field, not being with somebody just to get off.
Hmm.
But I guess, like I said, the way most women operate today, young and the old ones, I just can't relate to the majority of them. And I guess that's why I don't have the experiences that they have, the negative experiences. I'm actually the type of woman that I end the relationships, and any of my exes, which I've never been out there like that, but they would love to have me back because I have always been in control of myself and did not need a man to validate me. And I think that's the problem with a lot of women.
Hmm. But yeah, unfortunately, it still happens. I remember the first time I heard a little 11-year-old girl validate herself. I'm asking her what it is about herself that she likes, and she sprouted out that she got a man. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What you mean you got a man? You 11 years old.
Right,
I said I can't believe this. You
right,
sound like these old these old ladies that that's what they need.
right. I just don't get it. I sit back and watch, but I have and as far as playing games, like I would never be attracted to a guy who expected me to perform. And I've never been the type of person like, okay, I'm going to put on a front, and then when I reel you in, I'm going to reveal the real me. And so, you know, me and my homegirls, that's just how we are. And I'll laugh at the ones who are single, and I'll be like, okay, you know, you have a house date or whatever. So when he shows up, have your bonnet on or no makeup on and see how he reacts.
Uh-huh.
And if he is disappointed or if he has a problem with it, then that tells you what type of guy you're dealing with. Because of course, like I said,
Right.
debate is debate. A guy may be attracted to you because of your body, because of whatever. It's all relative. But at the end of that, it has to end at some point if you want to be in a serious relationship. That has to be, okay, is he into me for me? And I could go to bed with a bonnet because he knows what I look like. He knows that, okay, if she's wearing her bonnet or if she has, I've never been the type of person to wear a lot of makeup, and without makeup, I'm still attractive. But I've always had relationships to where he always saw me no matter what I was wearing. Outside of initially, like, you know, the first few months or as we get it, or as we're getting to know one another. But I just think it's just a matter of how you date, what you're looking for and how you present yourself, because the sex would not be worse if I had my bonnet on or if I was, you know, dressed to the nines or whatever, because he knows who I am with the lights on or off.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, but some kind of men are coming for because of maybe what they want you to do, and when they come and they see that what they want you to do, you are not doing it. That makes them that you have an attitude on them. You have changed. For me, I don't see it that way. A woman can be in any kind of how she wants to be and how she wants you to see that she's in love with you, not just because of maybe her wearing anything on bed or something else. If you, which you truly really love her, you will not care about what she's wearing or what she's looking in bed
Right.
because you love her.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's a matter of what you want. I tell people, you teach people how to treat you. I don't care if it's a girlfriend or a cousin or whatever. People have to understand that what you get is what you are willing to accept.
Right.
And when it comes down to women who are struggling in their relationships, because like this article, I think the article, most of it is just a joke. I'm curious as to who wrote it. Like, where's your mind? I mean, it's
No,
interesting, but at the same time, if you look at it on a serious level, what it boils down to is you teach people how to treat you. So with me, for an example, if I was dating someone new and he stepped to me in a way as to question, okay, why don't you have your lipstick on? Or I would prefer you to wear heels, et cetera, he would blink and I'd
Way
be
too
gone.
much attention to my wardrobe.
Right, I'd be gone. It's like it would be a non-factor with me. I don't have those problems. And the way I address it, the guys tend to be more attracted to me because they're like, wow, she can take me or leave me, but it's my strength that they recognize. And I have a tendency to probably cause a man who is stuck on stupid to the degree that he thinks or approaches me with mind that he can dictate how I look, what I do. I'm the type of person I could help him wake up. Like, hey, you need to think about why you feel that you have a right to treat any woman that way. And most of my friends are males, and I don't sleep with them because they respect me, because it's all about the conversation. You know, I'm the type of person, I could be attracted to a guy, but what is going to hold my attention is his intellect. like if he engages me intellectually. But if you're the type of person where you're looking for a guy to stimulate you, like, oh, like I think Max was talking about how some guys wear the too tight shirts. You know, it works both ways. And that's what Max was trying to say. It works both ways. Men tend to perform as well. Or they feel the need. So we can't always put it on the woman or the women, because there are a lot of men who feel the pressure to quote unquote perform.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So this woman who wrote this article, she had interviewed several men, and the men compiled the list. Let me see. Okay, yeah, let's see.
Is this a black woman or a white woman? Not that it really matters, but it does make a difference in terms of the results.
It's a black woman.
Okay. Are we talking like Candace Owens black, or a woman who's proud to be a black woman?
Her name is Nisi Trebet. Let me see. Okay. The 10 things women do that drive men away was compiled from informal interviews with real everyday men. None of these men are expert from academia. None of them are sociologists, psychologists, or relationship experts. They're just regular guys. A computer tech, a personal fitness trainer, a mail courier, a college student, an entrepreneur, a corporate executive, a sanitation worker, a police officer, a mechanic, and an attorney. When I got the guys together, the first question I asked was, what are some of the things women do that drive men away? I asked them to be blunt and candid in their responses, but I made it clear that I wasn't looking for a list of mean-spirited complaints. Instead, I want to compile a list of 10 things that men wish women knew, a list that would bridge the gap between men and women. I told them the purpose of this list was to improve communication, avoid misunderstanding, and expose any taboo issues that need to be brought into the open. In the
Right.
spirit, we began our discussion as I sat and talked with the guys. Most of their answers kept coming back to the 10 areas explained below. Yeah. And that,
Okay. And that makes a difference as well. Like, for instance, the guy, I think it was like number 2 or whatever point you were on that we just discussed about the man complaining about the woman who maybe she felt comfortable enough with him to put on her Noxzema or whatever. So out of that lineup, you said a sanitation worker, you said a corporate person, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, you know, it's like, who would say that? What type of man would be irritated about a woman feeling comfortable enough with him to quote unquote let her hair down?
well, according to this, somebody that's a computer tech named Calvin. Yeah, it's not just that. It's that she used to gently bat eyes and shy smiles that got replaced with frowns and spruce lips and shrill tones. No more
Okay.
sexy clothes. Now she dressed like she doesn't care what she looks like. Every day is a bad hair day. And she's fast losing the curves in her body and developing a pleasantly plump figure.
Oh, wow.
Ah.
Wow. So would you say he's out of order? Would you say he, based on that, I can be somewhat lenient, because again, you attract what you are. So if there's a woman who, like, I like to look nice. When I go out, I try not to be off point. I don't go overboard. I'm not into, you know, these excessive eyelashes. I like to look natural. I love my natural beauty. So if I wear makeup, it would be something to enhance who I am, but it would not, like, without it, like, I don't wear a lot of makeup. Most people are like, wow, you have beautiful skin or whatever. But the issue is, if you're the type of woman, you put on the fake eyelashes, you put on the fake hair, you have the fake booty, or maybe you have the wardrobe with the, I guess they have like attached now, the fake like inserts in the pants
Yeah.
with the fake booty. So anyway, if you're, I would say a Cardi B type, perfect example. So if you're a man and you see Cardi B walking down the street or whatever, there's a certain type of guy who's going to be attracted to that. And it's going to be the guy in this article that's going to go into a shock when you decide to stop. Because again, there's a certain type of guy, again, you attract what you are. So to me, that's tacky and it's superficial. So what you're going to attract is a tacky, superficial man, which would be the guy who made this comment. Like, he's really upset. He's upset that she's not performing. Whereas a woman who is proud of her naturalness and also is very attractive, beautiful, whatever you want to call it, she is going to attract a guy who is going to appreciate that. And that's using myself as an example. That's where it comes in my relationships. I never had an issue of satisfying my mate with or regardless of what I was wearing. If I had on a negligee, if I had on pajamas or whatever, because he was completely turned on by the most important part of who I am as a person. And that's what I attract. So I think that's the key. You will attract what you are, or you will attract what you present. For example, our young girls today, these young girls that are 12 and teenagers, you can't easily, and if I'm talking too loud or I'm too low, let me know, because like I said, I had a hard time getting in, but you cannot easily, their ages, they look like grown women. You can't say, hey, that's a girl. And that's why these grown men are getting in trouble with sleeping with little girls, because they are being taught by society that in order, especially black men, and black men they are a big proponent, or they are the biggest problem in this and our entertainment, because what they are presenting as beautiful today are the Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B like. So when you have an 11-year-old girl trying to figure out how to be accepted, 12 years old, 13, she's going to want the fake eyelashes, the fake booty, and that whole presentation. And guess what? And she may not be like that. She may be a woman or a girl with a mindset like myself, intelligent, et cetera, but what is she going to attract? She's going to attract, what's Cardi B's husband's name, if they're still Offset? She's going to attract an Offset type, who is going to want her to bend over or have sex whenever he feels like it. Why? Because that's that image, that's your presentation. And then she's going to be like, but I'm not like that. So it's a matter of your presentation.
Yeah. I'm thinking part of the reason is he upset is that he wanted to be able to show off. Look what I got. I got this bad looking woman, and she stopped getting all dressed up. And I guess when friends come over, she's just all comfortable, and he wants to show off like she's a
trophy. A trophy.
Because I never seen men being obsessed with women, hair, makeup, and stuff like that, lipstick. In fact, I knew men that they don't want their woman wearing lipstick. He said, "I'm getting tired of the taste of your lipstick."
Right.
In fact,
she want you to be natural.
Yeah. In fact, he would deliberately kiss his wife before she get made up. He said, wait, before you get ready for the day, come here, give me my sugar. Like, what, man? She said, yeah, because I don't want to be tasting your lipstick. Come on. And he didn't want to get her base makeup on his shirts and stuff like that.
Right. Right. But I think a lot of these women would be shocked because I've always gotten along with men and I've always carried myself well. So I've never been the type to sleep around. If I was in a relationship, I'm in a relationship and I might as well have been married. So again, this mindset that people have today, I can't really get with it. But for example, I can't think of his name. What's um gosh, it just flew over my mind. Go ahead, Dame. It'll come back to me.
Okay. All right. So I kind of see that maybe this guy is obsessed with the way she looks also because she's his trophy. He wants to be able to brag.
Right.
hmm Now there we went to number 3 where the guy is claiming that the woman wants too many things. That she's saying she wants a 2-story house in the suburbs, a Lexus, a Range Rover, a bunch of credit card, and kids too. And this guy is a mail carrier. He said, I can't afford that. She wants too many unrealistic stuff.
Right. Right. Oh, I know what. Now it came back to me. But
hmm
and just to pause there, it because I haven't eaten today. I worked all day and I've been busy, but I did want to support Ladies Night. So I'm glad I got in. Normally I'm really low key and I don't, gravitate towards lives. But like I said to Max last night, I respect what you guys are doing and I want to be as supportive as possible. But the point I was going to make, a lot of women, because growing up and even today, I tend to vibe or have peace with men more than women because what most women want to do and talk about, that's just not how I move. That's not how I flow. But I will say, based on my relationships with my brothers, my guy friends, a lot of these women would be shocked that they're not as into the fake lashes and the 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 lipstick and all of that crap. They're
Yeah.
not into it as much as they think they are.
No.
Most of these men gravitate towards and settle down with or take seriously a woman who doesn't put on a face
hmm
or a woman who is wears makeup, but again, it's just enough to enhance her beauty. Because I think it's pretty bad when you take your makeup off and he has to say, well, who are you? I
Yeah.
have coworkers who have hired. It's so funny. I have this coworker who hired what he thought was a woman, who he thought was a woman, and it ended up being a man. It was something crazy like that, and that happens a lot today. But anyway, or was it the opposite? I think okay, it was a guy, and he said the guy showed up with a wig and looked like a woman, and then when the guy showed up for work after he was hired, he found out that she was actually a he or something like that. But it's insane today. But anytime you have to put on a face to the degree where a man is like, "Who are you?" or when you take your clothes off and he's like, "Okay, who are you?"
Yeah.
It's a totally different game. I just can't subscribe to that. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Yeah. Every now and then I talk to a lot of older men because especially one when they're okay. There was one his 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 wife got talking to get her nails done, and she gravitated to these claw-like nails. He didn't really care for them, didn't like them. He didn't understand, but it made her happy. And some of the benefits for her being happy he got, so he learned to deal with it, and then it didn't bother him anymore. But he said he didn't really care for them claw like things. He said, but it made her happy.
Right.
Happiness translated into other stuff that he got the benefits from.
Right.
So he went with it, and then after a while, it didn't even phase him anymore. But he said he had to think about it in the beginning. He didn't really care for it. But how you gonna tell his wife something that made her happy not to do it? She gonna ask
Exactly.
for a lot. And she got to the point where she didn't do it that often. So that's what he's like, okay, every once in a while, once a month, or every couple of months or something like that, she'll be coming back. The cat lady. You start calling her the cat lady.
Right.
Yeah.
Get,
Same
get
thing
some
with
water,
the
Dane.
eyelashes.
But
One,
it sounds like he was into her for her, which is what
mhm.
I was saying a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Women should gravitate towards men who are going to be, if you're out just to have a good time, then I get it. If you're the type of woman, and women today are just as bad as men in terms of being thirsty or open to one night stands. So if that's your thing, that's your thing. But it
Yeah.
sounds like in that case, he didn't like the nails, but it did not make or break the relationship, because it seems that he was really into her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't think it's cool for a man to say, if you're in a solid relationship, I don't think it's cool for him to try to, for instance, I'll use Megan Good and Devon Franklin. And we know that Megan Good, her install, or she established herself on the scene back in the day as a video vixen. She was eye candy, not a great actress or whatever, but long story short, she ended up marrying a pastor, Devon Franklin. And what I loved, and as a Christian woman myself, what I loved about Devon was the fact that she considered herself to be a Christian, or she grew up in a Christian home, but she was very comfortable dressing provocatively because that's what initiated her success. Again, she was mostly known to be eye candy.
Uh-huh.
But when Devon married Megan and took her to church, and she started, because he was active in church. I don't know if you know the story, but he was celibate for like 10 years. He waited. He was so serious about his relationship with God. His testimony is he went without sex for 10 years. And he promotes that today when he is mentoring or in his books, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, when he married Megan, she still wore her provocative attire. I mean, he and the church, quote unquote, church folk looked at him like, hey, you need to put her in check. Like, that is unacceptable. They were on the red carpet or whatever, and she caught a lot of heat. I don't know if you saw it, but it was the red dress with the plummeting neckline. And what he said to people, he said, leave her alone. Because he said, this is who I married her this way. And he stood up for her. He was like a major, like, hey, back off. He even told church people, back off. But as the relationship progressed, their marriage progressed, she chose to tone it down. And now today she doesn't dress like that anymore. But I love the fact that he allowed her to find her place, or he was in love with her because he knew who she was outside of her presentation, or that the script that she had established in order to be famous. But Megan was never really, she tells the story that wasn't who she was, but that's what, people wanted. And that's, why she was, that's why she's successful today. But long story short, I just like the fact that he, even as a pastor, he did not try to force her to change overnight. Mm-hmm. He allowed her to do it on her terms.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So when it comes to men, and he didn't have to do that, because another man, especially a pastor, would probably like, I would never, but they both claim that they had visions, or God told him, and private that Megan was destined to be his wife, and Megan tells the story that she had a moment or a vision or whatever, and God told her that Devon was going to be her husband. So you can't knock that. But again, it's a matter of what you accept, because another pastor would have been like, not judged her, just been like, oh, you're not worth me dealing with in the public. But we know how a lot of these pastors are. He probably would have, behind the scenes dealt with her. So it's all about the presentation. You attract what you are, or what you put out there, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. Like these men, they go with the woman, she's dressed provocatively and all that other stuff. And then once they marry, they all of a sudden want to change her. You're
Right.
like, wait a minute, she was dressing like that when you met her. You think that's going to change automatically?
But you know why? You know why a lot of men have a tendency to do that?
Why?
Because they're thinking with the little head.
Because they're threatened. They know that they're boys. They know what men are attracted. Long story short, when a certain type of man attracts a woman he deems as attractive, when he secures the bag, or he's like, okay, this belongs to me, his objective, and I speak on this because I've seen it happen to my girlfriends. He's like, okay, I like it when you wear baggy pants or whatever. He works to change her entire image because he wants to control her or keep other guys from being attracted to her. So he's threatened. It's not about her. He becomes threatened at what he was initially attracted to, and then works to diminish it. And I had my best friend a few years ago when we were in college. It was so sad. It's like, she wasn't, the way she dressed, it was, she was on point. She loved her heels. She loved to look like a classy lady. But then when she got in a relationship with the guy who ended up being her husband, she stopped wearing makeup. She was wearing sweats. She looked like she was 20 years older than what she was. And I'm never the type of friend to tell my friends, but I'm like, what is going on? You don't seem like yourself. But what happened was he wanted to control her, and he succeeded because she ended up being like a house hermit or whatever. And he ended up cheating on her, but he succeeded in basically stripping her of what he was attracted to when he met her. And a lot of men do that. They do. They work, like Halle Berry. She's the perfect example. Beautiful woman, and cannot keep a man. And when early on, when she came on the scene and everything, she was like the it woman. But she could not keep a man because most of the men wanted to control who she was. Like she was regarded as one of the most beautiful women in the world, but she dealt with men who wanted to diminish that. And some of them she allowed to do that. Tried to commit suicide. She dated Wesley Snipes. I think she dated, I'm 100% sure she dated Wesley Snipes, but she dated some other men who abused her, and, as she puts it, drove her to a state of depression and wanting to commit suicide. And you would think on the outside looking in, you're like, how could a woman who was regarded as one of the most beautiful women in the world have those problems? But it's because she allowed the men who she was in relationship with to tamper with her value, or to start to basically control her, to the tune of saying, hey, you should tone down on wearing the heels, or you shouldn't wear as much makeup, or I feel you should do X, Y, and Z. So it works both ways. You have the men who demand the woman put on the attire or the garb and look the part of a trophy. But then on the other hand, you have the men who seek out beautiful women to basically say, hey, especially when you play hard to get, they pursue you more. But then when they secure you, it's like, okay, now let me try to break you down.
Mhm.
Okay, now we enter into number 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see. Let's continue on. Let's see. Let me get back in there.
Dame, you going to sleep?
No, no, not going to sleep. All right. So we was in the three B's, and okay, Max seemed to have dropped off, but it was about bad sex. The
Okay.
woman having bad sex. I mean, she's the she's the contributing factor to the bad sex, according to them.
Who? The woman?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
yeah,
In what
according
way?
to
I can't read it. I can't see the article, but what does it say?
okay, it says I'm going to be straight about it. Sex is important to me. This is Gene, the entrepreneur. Perhaps it would be nice if sex didn't play such a major role in relationships, but for most people, sex is a big part of relationship, and for men, it's probably more important than it should be. Mm. All right.
Hmm.
The sexual aggravations of men boil down to the three B's: bad, boring, and bourgeois battle. Okay,
Bad, boring, and what else?
bourgeois battle. They
Okay.
use sex as a weapon.
Okay.
Bad sex. Sex is a learned skill. It's similar to driving a car. Basically, anyone can do it, but some are good at it and others are expert. But everyone has an idea of what they consider good and bad sex.
Right.
The common complaint among men are lack of enthusiasm, lack of rhythm, no creativity, and poor technique.
Okay.
I'm like,
Okay. So
okay,
lack of enthusiasm, poor rhythm, poor technique, and what else?
um, that was
No.
it.
Okay. No enthusiasm, no technique, and uncreative.
Yeah, no enthusiasm, no rhythm, no creativity, and poor technique. Okay,
I can agree with that. I mean, I don't. I mean, we have a lot of people in the world, and what works for you may not work for me. But honestly, I think this guy has a valid point. But
okay,
also, you have to take into account you're dealing with some women who. Uh, how can I say this? It's like, how do you become experienced sexually? Now you have these young girls; they're starting early, but a lot of times, it's a matter of what the woman knows, you know. So it's like if they're in a relationship, that's where you have that's a hard situation. I've never had that problem, that critique, but I can honestly understand how that's probably an issue for a lot of men.
okay.
Yeah.
Um,
So what do you say about that, Dane? What do you say about that?
okay.
Okay, for me, I'm
Or
going to
Abby?
disagree with. Yeah, for me, I'm going to disagree because see, you are the man, and you are supposed to do everything. Not just the woman have to do it. When it comes to in terms of sex, it's you the man have to do. And if the woman have to support you, good. If she won't support you, good. But if she doesn't, you have to push up everything when it comes to sex.
Huh,
Okay.
I guess we can agree to disagree on that, and respectfully so. I get what you're saying, and again, it's typically a matter of it's relative. It's
Yeah.
like what you just said, Abby. That
Hmm.
works for you. For instance, you that works for you,
Right.
but but I don't think it's fair being the devil's advocate in terms of I don't think it's fair to say that to put all the pressure on the man, because some men are visually stimulated. They may need, I mean, everybody is different. But I think a woman, if she wants a successful sexual relationship, she's going to have to step up to the plate and do her part. I think it works both ways. And especially today, because most men are prone to straying. They're prone to cheating. So if a man feels like he has to put forth the majority of the effort to keep the sexual relationship alive or to give it life, he's not going to typically be as excited about having sexual relations with a woman like that. And more importantly, he's going to be more likely to stray, because I've heard so many men justify cheating because, again, I have friends and their husband was like, okay, hey, we have kids now. And it's like, well, you don't do this for me. It could be, I don't know how far we can go in the lives because I'm not in the live, but it's certain things that men want that maybe their woman, the woman is not willing to do. So he's going to justify, I can get this from Shauna. Shauna's on the bench. Mm-hmm. And I need this done and I want it done this way. So I think, when it comes to sex, the parties have to get together and say, hey, what can I do to make it better for you and vice versa? And if, speaking for myself, if it's something that I don't agree with, like say he wants me to spank him, he wants to be choked out or something, I'm like, hey, we have a problem. But I do think that I don't think it's fair to put all the pressure on the man. I think that's like a recipe for disaster. But I do respect women who don't want to engage. I'm very active. I'm like an athlete or whatever. So when it comes down to even sex, it's like, I mean, yeah, I don't have problems.
Okay. Okay. I'm thinking if the woman is bored, is bad at sex, you're supposed to, tell her and work on it, as a skill that got to be learned. Or
right.
She probably learned from somebody that didn't teach her anything. She wanted her to just lie there and do nothing. So that's what she learned from that person. So you got to change that up. You're going to have to say, okay, that was not good. I need you to move.
Right. Right. But it becomes dangerous to a degree. And I mentor, like I've always worked with kids. Now it's like really on my heart to work with young girls. And we can't be afraid to talk about sex. And I'm not talking about in a crude way, like what I just said about, not having any problems in the bedroom. That doesn't mean I'm a freak. It doesn't mean, no, I take that back. It doesn't mean I'm a whore. But when I'm in a relationship with someone, then what goes on in the bedroom between us is between us. But I think what you're saying, Dame, is it's a good point. But then at the same time, what I tell young girls, you have to be very careful, because a lot of these guys play on the vulnerability of young women. Mm-hmm. They really have them. For instance, I was up late working 2 nights ago and I was taking a break and there was a movie on Turner, TCM. Long story short, it was a French movie and this 27-year-old man was in bed. I caught it at this point, and he wanted to have sex with this 15-year-old, and they're in bed. And she was like, I don't feel comfortable. I'm a minor. You're an adult. And he was like, well, okay. He said, but you know what would make me happy? And she was like, what? He said, well, if we do it if you let me do it from the back, you'll still be a virgin. And she was like, really? Is that how it works? And he was like, yeah, you'll still be a virgin. Normally I don't watch things like this, but I was thinking about the young girls that I work with, and I was disturbed by it, because in her vulnerable state as a young child who had been sheltered.
Mhm.
She's with this man on vacation. Parents are nowhere around. And he convinced her to have anal sex because he played on her vulnerability.
Mhm.
So what you said is true, but then we're talking about like what this channel is about. We're talking about Black men who this channel is exposing Black men who don't really regard Black women as valuable outside of open legs.
Mhm.
You know, most of them don't have time for Black women today, but they have time to have sex with you.
Mhm.
Right.
And a lot of these men who are just insults to the Black community and just the standing of calling themselves Black men, the manosphere, whatever, these are the type of men that would prey on women who don't know what to do.
Mhm.
And a woman with no technique, or whatever the guy said, she's not creative. What else was it, Dane? No technique.
Lack of enthusiasm, lack of rhythm, no creativity, and poor techniques.
Exactly. So a man like that would play on that vulnerability, and you have to ask yourself maturely, just because she seems unexpressive, it doesn't mean that she does not have the ability.
Mhm.
Because some women were raped, molested, sheltered.
Mhm.
There's always a reason, which is why I teach young women, you have to be careful. What's between your legs is a gift from God. It is a jewel. And you should never feel like you have to utilize that to see yourself as valuable or to glean the attention of any man.
Yeah.
I don't judge people in that way, but you have to be careful. But that's why this article is interesting, but it doesn't take into account the psychological aspects of it. Like, why is she that way?
Mhm.
So this man should be like, if he's really into her outside of just sex, he should, like you said, Dame, he should want to have a conversation with her
Mhm.
to find out, is there something I'm doing wrong?
Yeah.
Are you uncomfortable?
Exactly.
And approach it that way, because we all had to start somewhere. I had a training bike, you know, the little, what was it, the tricycle?
The training wheels on the bike.
Yeah, sex is the same way. It's not, I think it's a rare day that somebody comes out knowing exactly what to do and where what goes. You have to learn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming up, I keep wondering about a lot of my friends who fell for that. I know quite a few that vaginally they were virgin, but anally, orally they were not.
Wow.
And I was like, and it's like I gotta stay a virgin. I was like, are you
Or
still a
are you a
virgin?
virgin? Exactly. It's like, are you a virgin? Like, really?
Yeah.
And that's because I see oral sex. I've never understood that, because oral sex to me is more intimate than
Yeah.
intercourse. It's like, but again, with the mindset today and the polluted media, the media is like perpetuating this problem. They don't know any better.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like oral sex is more intimate than intercourse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're talking your mouth.
Yeah.
And most of these men have side chicks. That's why I could never accept a man who felt like, you know, I'm coming home, but understand that, you know, when I'm out there, you know, I may indulge in extracurricular activities. I'm territorial, so I could not knowingly be with a man who has that mind or feels like it's okay just because he comes home. But again, I go back to a lot of my friends,
Mm-hmm.
and many of you probably can relate to this. They're like, well, at least he comes home.
I met
But you're gonna have oral sex with him. You're going to allow this man to do whatever he wants to do, and he has the residuals of God knows who on his breath and on his body parts. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
no.
I told guys a long time ago, look, break up with me. Do not try to have your cake and eat it too.
Right,
because you're going to be in the grave.
right.
Uh-huh. And I said, yeah, you haven't really seen me be angry. Weirdly enough, I didn't really have too much issues with guys cheating on me. You know, more often than not, I break up with them before I guess either got to that or anything.
Right.
But no, I never really had one cheat on me. And I had friends who thought I was crazy because I trust him because he was hugging strange women I didn't know. I was like, so what? A bunch of strange dudes he don't know.
Right.
I don't know if that's his people or not. You know, he don't know if that's my people or not.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I had to tell one friend, stop telling me you see them hugging this girl, that girl. Until you have pictures of him in bed with a woman, give it up. I ain't gonna be bothered by it.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the mindset. It's just, you know, just like with the article, it's to me, it is interesting, and I'm glad you're covering it. But at the end of the day, it goes a lot deeper than, like, these men are saying, hey, this is what I want. This is what they were asked a question and they answered the question.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, kudos to them for that. But at the end of the day, when you look at it psychologically, it's like, okay, you have to deal with him, why he feels that he's entitled to fill in the blank, and then what he's judging as far as his woman. You got to deal with, okay, that aspect of it in terms of why she is acting in a way that he feels is not appropriate. So that's why these articles, you know, they're funny, but you can't really put too much stock in them. They're great conversational pieces, as we are attesting to right now. Yeah, it's interesting.
It goes on to say in the article, if a person in a relationship is dissatisfied or experience sexual dysfunction, it's something that should be openly and honestly discussed.
Mm-hmm.
The reasons for the sexual dysfunction can be psychological, physiological, ethnics, and religious, or a host of other things.
Right.
If people seem insurmountable, the advice of pastor or therapist may be necessary. Mm-hmm.
So that's confirming
something's going on.
Right, exactly. And that's confirming what I just said about it. It's a lot deeper than what he's saying and what he is observing as wrong. Because we can't really say that she's wrong because there are two sides to every story. We're only hearing their sides of it. But if you would take their women, if the women that they are critiquing, and have a conversation or unpack why she, you know, had Noxzema on her face when she went to bed or whatever, you'll get points that'll bring it all together. You'll realize that, oh, now I understand. Because a lot of times these men are complaining about what they're not getting, but we as women know we have a tendency to withhold certain things or be like, I don't even care. Why? Because he may be ignoring or he may not be fulfilling his end in some form or fashion.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right. Well, the second B that he mentioned is boring sex. Boring sex isn't necessarily the same as bad sex, but is far from good. Boring sex is always doing it in the same place at the same time in the same old position.
Okay.
It's when the sex gets to the point that it feels like more of a duty than a desire.
But see, that goes back to what Abby was saying in terms of, like I said, Abby was sort of open or understanding that, you know, the man should be the one that's putting most of the work in. But it goes back to what I said about That's going to get old with a lot of men. Not all of them, but they're going to feel like it's a duty. Like, I mean, I'm a great cook. I love to cook. I'm a creative by nature. I mean, I love music. I love to cook, et cetera, et cetera. So I can look at sex like cooking. You have to add some spices. You have to keep it alive and fresh, or it will get stale. But my definition of boring may not be your definition of boring. So it's relative.
Right.
You may have a couple and they may be happy having this sex in the bedroom at the same time on the same day of the week, and they're happy, they're cool with it.
Yeah.
Whereas you have some people like myself, being an active person, it's like, okay, you're in a healthy relationship. It's like, okay, we go down in private with us wherever we feel compelled to allow it to go down.
Yeah.
So boring sex is relative. It's based on the person. It's like my favorite cake is pineapple, and you may hate pineapple cake. So it's based on the parties involved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And sometimes it just be plain funny.
What?
Oh, okay. I had like hidden in the back of a side table a lot of these sex manuals.
Okay.
Okay, he found one. I'm not. It got damaged, so I never got a chance to find another one. It had like a beginning position, an intermediary position, and an advanced position.
Okay.
So I went to the store and he found these books and he's like, I want to try this. You want to try what? I don't think that's going to work. You know, okay, so while we were doing our thing, he started the intermediary position, but he had me too close to the edge of the bed, and I rolled from underneath him and rolled into my closet.
Oh.
I started laughing. Cause to him it's like I just disappeared. One minute I was underneath him and then I was gone.
Wow.
And I'm laughing. He's trying to find me in the dark. But all he can hear is me laughing, and I'm upside down in my closet trying to un upside down myself.
Okay, so let me understand this. So he purchased a publication. So were you guys trying out a new move based on his publication, or was something
No, he found my publication.
Okay.
I've seen, I read it and stuff like that. And when I come back, he's like, "We need to try this," and I'm like, "No, no, no. We gotta work our way up to that."
Okay.
He wants to jump automatically in the advance. I was like, "No, we gotta work our way up to that." So I'm thinking I got clear to him, and we're doing our thing, and he moved me into the basic position, but I'm at the edge of the bed. So he moved my legs forward. I flipped from underneath him and rolled into my closet.
Okay.
Okay.
So you don't have the graphics. You don't have this publication, because I'd love to see the visuals, the book, of what you guys were attempting to do, because it's clear it did not go well.
Okay. It's an Arabic sex manual.
I'm teasing you, Dave. I'm just being funny.
Oh yeah.
It's just I'm trying to fix it.
Yeah, I was like, and he's like, "You okay? Because I'm still upside down, laughing, and my closet's a lot tighter, and I can't unwrap myself in my limbs, and I'm upside down, like
Wow.
I was in a tumble move. You ever
Okay.
see kids tumble and they just like lock upside down with
Right.
the legs in front of their face, but
Right.
they're on their heads and their neck. But I'm laughing because even though it's usually hard in the dark for me to see, for some reason, I had a clear image of the shock in his face when I disappeared. Because he was so intent on doing what he was doing.
Yeah. So now we have to jump to number 6. I think we have to know what is going on actually to end these 10 questions. Why men get away from it. Yeah.
Right.
So I was like, if you want to try something new, can we just slowly work our way into that? You just tried to jump into an advanced move. He figured because I had the books that I was more sexually out there than I was. So
He
he
was
was shocked to
justified.
find out that at the age of 30, I only slept with maybe a little less than two handful of guys.
Right, right.
Mm-hmm.
But
He's like,
what's interesting is, if I'm hearing you right, he knew nothing about the publication. He didn't know that you were reading that book. He didn't know anything about that.
no, he just was
So
digging.
he was excited. It sounds
Yeah.
like he was extremely
Excited.
excited.
And I tried to tell him, no, that's you trying to jump in advance. We got to work our way to the basic move. You know, they even
The
say in the
tricycle.
book,
The
do
tricycle.
not jump into it. You got to do the tricycles, and
The
once your
tricycle
body gets
form.
adjusted to that, then you move to the intermediary, then you move to the advanced.
But Dame, he thought you were already there. He just assumed based on the magazine, like, oh wow, he was excited. He was extremely, optimistic
Yeah. So
about trying out the moves that I guess obviously he thought you were an expert, because you're like hiding, your publication from him. So he's like, okay, she gets down like that. I can see how it's funny. It's extremely funny, but I can see why he was like really going about it.
yeah. So yeah, he was excited. I told him, no, we got to ease into that. Especially since our body types were totally different. I'm
Right.
a big girl. He's the tall, skinny dude. I'm shorter than him. So there's certain subtleties that you got to do for those particular type of body types.
Right. Right.
And I said, we're gonna have to, work our way into it. And I said, I ain't done this. I've just been reading on it. I like to read.
Oh my goodness.
And, I may occasionally want to experiment, but you trying to jump into the advance.
And as a man, I would expect that. Like I said, it's clear to me why he was like enthusiastic about it. Like, oh wow.
I said, is our sex that boring? Actually, he don't actually find our sex boring, but hey, new stuff. That's all he was seeing. Ooh, new
Right.
stuff.
Right.
I don't know if it's the Capricorn in him or what. Horny
Because
goat.
it can get stale, it can get boring. Depending on, the people involved. Some people have desires that they fear sharing, with the mates. It's like, okay, if I say this, or if I ask him or her this, is he or she going to see me in a different light, or as, freaky or whatever? Like when I said, if a man asks, because I'm troubled that a lot of people are involved in like bondage sex. So if a man asks me to choke me out close to death in order for him to be satisfied or get off, no way. He'd be done. We'd be done.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, if you have inclinations to where you want to choke me almost to death,
Oh no, no,
If I
no.
made a mistake to marry you or whatever, you might end up choking me to death one day for real. So no, I'd be like, you know what? Nice dealing with you. Peace and love. So, sometimes you can say certain things to your mate and they'd be like, you know what? That's just, it's good to know that you think that way, but knowing that you think that way, I have to pass.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was number
One of the
what,
main
Dane?
things I liked about him was he did not want to do anal. He thought anal was the most disgusting thing in the world. And that's something I never had to worry about him attempting to do or wanting to do. I was
Are
like,
you open? Because I just feel like that's a violation of the laws of the Lord. I would, that's just something I'm not into. To each his own, but I feel like, the design of the Lord, that's an exit point. A
mm,
friend and I were having a conversation the other day. It was so funny because it's so common today, and we were tossing it around. And I was like, I've never had a desire. I've been asked, but that's just something that I feel is a violation. It's an exit point. It's an exit point for a reason.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I still have to laugh whenever I think about it. He had to turn on the light, unfold me from the closet, and get me back up on my feet. And then he had the nerve to ask what happened. I said, you
Wow.
pushed my legs forward while I was on the edge of the bed.
Well, you know
And
what? It sounds like you guys didn't warm up. You have to warm up. He just wanted to go straight to it because I'm trying to visualize this. I'm trying to figure out how you ended up in the closet.
okay, we were doing it.
So
Okay.
was your bed like right next to the closet, or did
Oh
you
yeah,
move?
like just like maybe a foot from the end of my bed to my closet door. And
Okay.
it's one of the and it just so happened I had the closet door open. I don't know why I had that closet door open. But I had it open. Okay, because I was getting tired of him looking at himself in the mirror when we were doing things. There's a mirror in front of that door.
Okay.
So I opened the door so he couldn't see the mirror. Okay, so we doing our thing, but we're sliding. It's very, very aggressive. So we all over that bed. The bed is moving and everything. So
Right.
I'm, sliding towards the edge of the bed. I ain't unusual. I put my hands down to keep from thumping my head. So okay, so I figure I'm gonna be on the bed until he's finished. So imagine my surprise when he lifted my legs from around his waist to up on his shoulders, which made me slide even further up on my head and my hands
Right.
down. Okay, I said okay. I'm not very comfortable with it. I said okay, hey, I'm on the edge of the bed, but
Okay.
I'm enjoying I'm enjoying it. Then he grabbed my legs and brought them forward. He they went from the shoulder to him grabbing him, bending my knees, going forward, and that's when I rolled from underneath him because he brought my legs forward. Then all my body weight went forward, so the momentum had me tumble into the closet. So I slid he slid out of me, and I rolled into the closet.
I see it now. I get it. I get it. You guys got lost in it.
Yeah, I was like, I'm laughing because for some reason in my mind's eye, I saw his eyes get wide in surprise, and he's looking around like he lost me, like I just disappeared in midair.
Because he was gone in the moment. He was gone in the moment, and it sounds like you were utterly satisfied, and you got lost in the moment, which happens.
Yeah.
And
Well,
unfortunately, the closet sort of, interfered with it.
mm-hmm. Yeah. So what it was, he was trying to subtly put me in the position in the intermediary state to go into advance. But because I was at the edge of the bed, the way this was designed, you're supposed to be, let's see, you're supposed to be kind of in a handstand motion anyhow.
Oh, wow.
Uh huh. And
So you guys weren't bored. This
no, we weren't
definitely
bored.
was not in the category of being bored.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I guess when I had said, "Hey, I'm on the edge of the bed," and he see my hands are down, I'm in that motion. I'm in handstand. So he moved me from my legs around his waist to my legs up on his shoulders.
Okay.
And when he moved moved my legs forward, bent them to get into the intermediary state. I'm to the edge, but he moved me. My body weight forced me to tumble
Wow.
because he didn't have a good grip on me like he's supposed to.
Wow.
That's supposed to prevent that from happening. You weren't supposed to be doing this off the edge of a bed.
That's one for the books, Dame. That is definitely one for the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So what's the next one? What point was that?
Okay,
The board.
Mama said,
okay. The board was okay. Um, let's see.
What
So that was the next one is the bourgeois battle, but we had kind of did that first about using sex as a weapon. Max said that's just a man being in a doghouse, and that just means his woman is very very good if she can use sex as a weapon. He's in the doghouse. She don't give him any until he does his time in the doghouse.
okay.
So he don't consider that as a battle in the bourgeois or as a weapon. It's just as far as he concerned, that's just um that's just the man being in the doghouse.
When the woman withholds sex. Is that what you're
He,
saying?
yeah, he did or didn't do something that pissed her off, and so he's in the doghouse.
So what do you feel about that? I missed that. I think that's when I was trying to get in or whatever.
I think it's possibly right, but I think they talking about someone that's doing it not just because the man in the doghouse. I think they're trying to say that she's just doing it as as a form of control
Right.
to control him.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Which can backfire. That's why I was trying to understand it, because of course we're all adults here. We're women, and a lot of women have a tendency to utilize sex as a weapon. I personally feel that is to the detriment more to her as it relates to her than him. Because if I'm upset with my man and I make the decision, and I'm the type of person, I mean, sex, you have to be involved. I mean, if it's just something you do as a chore and, it's like, hey, get in, get out, whatever. But I like to be active. I like to enjoy. So if I'm upset with him, then I'm not going to want to engage with him sexually. So that would not be me utilizing it as a weapon per se. It's just saying I have no desire to be with you because I'm not a faker. I don't like faking anything. But I do think when you get to the place, as a lot of women do, now, if he gets upset about that, I think that's where he might be like, okay, either I'm going to fix this or just wait until the situation corrects itself. But to utilize it as a weapon, I think that's detrimental for her, because a lot of these men are not going without sex. You have to really have a relationship on lock, or that relationship has to be solid to where you can say, I do not think he'll step out on me, and vice versa. But the way the climate is today with sex and lust, I will say, lust for sex being as pervasive as it is, a lot of these men, you're hurting yourself if you think he's going without sex.
Yeah.
Because the side chicks, I call them the bench riders. You have a lot of men who have bench riders, and they know that if you act up, then they know the next one is going, Shauna's going to be up. Or if you make a decision that you're going to withhold sex for a week, 9 times out of 10, he's not going without sex. Not all men. You have some men who are solid. And I'd like to think my man is solid. But you have a lot of men who are not going to go without sex.
They'll use this excuse to cheat. She ain't giving me any.
Right. But if you can put it down, I can speak as far as I think while I was trying to, I think I was hearing you guys and you weren't hearing me, but I think I heard Max say, I don't know if he was saying, like that's a bad woman or using sex as a weapon. You have some women who can put it down in the bedroom. And that goes back to what we were talking about in terms of when Abby was saying, it's not a problem for him to put most of the work in. She should not have to be creative. She should not blah, blah, blah. But you have some women who are, sexual gymnasts, which means he cannot replace you easily. And that's a dangerous woman. That becomes a dangerous woman, especially a woman who carries herself well. She has a strong mind. She has a strong body, and she knows how to use it.
Okay, hold on a second.
You may have more success in using sex as a weapon if you're this type of woman. And there are not many. But for instance, I'll use myself as an example. Growing up, there were no inhibitions in terms of my family didn't encourage the females. We had conversations about sex. Like my mom would say, when I was 16, 17 years old, are you having sex? I'd have a boyfriend and I'd be like, no. And I wasn't. I didn't have sex for the first time until I was, I think, 19, 20 years old. But my friends thought I was having sex because of the way I carried myself, the way I flowed, the way I move and everything moved. But I made the decision at 19 and a half. But anyway, in my family, the conversation was there to the degree where I was turned off by it. It was not anything that I had to go looking for. I didn't have to go looking for sex.
No.
So no, I'm thinking I'm hearing something like my alarm is going off on my car. Okay. I didn't have to go looking for sex. But anyway, the women in my family taught me at an early age, especially my mom, she would say, if you can become a woman like your mom, and she was talking about her, she was like, if you master your mind, if you are a woman of intelligence and you have the body, the brains and the body, and you know how to put it down in the bedroom, she said, you will be a hard woman to contend with. And I'd be like, Mom, I don't want to. I was a bookworm. I was an academic, but my friends loved talking to my mom because they had parents who just don't mention sex. But as I got older, she was right. But I'm like a chip off the old block in the sense that I've always, been the type that intellect was most important for me than anything. I always was viewed as attractive. You would never hear me say, oh, I'm a bad bee or whatever, even though that's how other people looked at me like, wow, if I can get a chance with her, whatever. But I did find that she was right because my mind was right. I've always kept my body tight for me. Even when I wasn't in a relationship, I would have guys say, okay, you're not in a relationship right now, so why do you keep yourself up? Why are you walking around like, you're sustaining yourself for a man? And I would tell them, I said, because I like getting off on me. I like the way I look when I look in the mirror. So if I want to get off, I'll look in the mirror at myself. I don't need a man to validate me. And they'd be like, wow, it's like that. I'm like, it's like that. But the truth of the matter, that was true. But what I was taught was maintain who you are as a woman, know your value as a woman. And because I had a mom who talked to me about sex and I could ask her questions about sex, when I did start having sex, it was just like breathing for me. And I mastered it. It became an art for me too, where I'm thinking I'm just doing what comes naturally, but based on the feedback, it's like, okay, I can't easily replace you. And I'm like, oh, it's like that? And they're like, it's like that. So sex can be used as a weapon. So I started to realize how dangerous it could be when, as a woman, you had the mind and you had the body and you know how to use it. But then I got to the place where I said to myself, when I dated a guy and he was like completely gone just based on holding hands, I knew, like, okay, if you're acting like this and we haven't even slept together, I'm gonna have a problem if I sleep with you. Because I realized, I just realized my potency as a woman. So I could use sex as a weapon, but I would never do that. But then you have women out there, and I don't know what Max said. I think I caught the end of it. But it's not every day a woman has the ability to utilize it effectively. And you know you're effective when he doesn't cheat, when you withhold sex. That's when you know it's a weapon.
Okay.
When he is literally like, your wish is my command.
Yeah, Max was saying that she is like bad in a good way, ultimate woman, bad. She's a badass woman. You know that she can use sex as a weapon.
That's what my mom was saying. Yeah, that's what I missed. That's what I didn't care when she was saying it. But in hindsight, I am thankful that I had a mother who, was very forthcoming. It's like, you're going to learn it in the streets, or you're going to learn it from me.
Yeah.
And so we never had to go out there and experiment. We never had to be like, oh, something is being hidden from us. Like I said, with me, I was like 19 and a half, because even though the way I carried myself, people thought, okay, the guys were after me or whatever. But no, I didn't make that decision until I was, almost 20 years old. And today, I look at it and I can count, haven't really been out there, because when I was in a relationship and dating and everything, it was like I was solid. I don't play games. I don't commit easily, but when I do, it's like I'm in it. So sex can be used as a weapon. But today, based on the mentality of most of the women today, I don't see them being effective.
No.
Because they don't have the intellect. And the men are going to get it elsewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Before the before they did the quarantine and stuff like that, I was talking with a church member. She's an older woman, and we're discussing about can a wife really demand her husband be celibate? I'm thinking, because she's another generation. She said, well, yeah, depending on the circumstances, how much he loves her. I said, no, 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 no. Men can't go without sex. And she said, yes, they can, if they really love the woman. So she gave an example from her life. Okay, she had a bunch of children for her husband, and she had too many too close together. She said now she had a child at each tit. They like 9 months apart, and she told her husband, I need a break. I need a break from having all these kids. I need my body to get time to catch up. Do whatever you got to do. She gave her husband permission to find another woman to sleep with. She said, I don't care if you find you another woman. handle it yourself. I need a break.
Okay.
To this day, she never heard, seen, or he never done anything that said that he cheated. It's a small town. You can't hide something like that. Cheating, forever. And
Right.
she never seen him handle it himself. He never put any pressure on her about when she's gonna come back to having sex. It was a whole year before she allowed him to touch her again. So for a whole year, he didn't cheat on her with nobody else. As far as she can tell, he didn't handle it himself. He just went without.
It is possible. It's a rarity, but a small percentage of men who can go without sex. As I mentioned, Devon Franklin, he went 10 years without it. He went 10 years without sex.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there are men out there who can abstain from sex, attractive men, because a lot of people feel like, okay, if you're a man who can't easily get it or you have to pay for it, of course it's easy for you to go without sex or whatever. But there are a few, not many, but there are a few men who are that solid that they can go without sex. And I think ultimately, I think the ultimate discipline for any man is to master his sexuality. I think a man who has mastered his sexuality to the degree that he has the desires, but he's not controlled by the desires, that is a man worth my attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I hear so many women rushing into marriage, but the thing is, if he presented signs that if you, let's say you're on your cycle, let's just say you had a baby, let's just say you had an operation and the doctor's like, you should abstain from sex for at least 2 weeks or whatever. If you're dealing with a man and he can't handle that, or he feels like, okay, I don't know if I can go without, then you're not with a man.
Mm-hmm.
But a man who can master his sexuality rather than be mastered by his sexuality is a man worth marrying.
Mm-hmm.
That is a man worth marrying, because I don't know if you guys have been married, but when it comes to marriage, you're going to have the good times and the bad times. And if you're dealing with a little boy who's like, okay, if she doesn't feel like having sex, or maybe she just had a baby, or maybe she's having health problems, and he's going to run around having a tantrum because he can't, quote unquote, get it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a man. You don't have a husband. You might have the paperwork, but you don't have a man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And she said she never really asked him about it, because all she was trying to do was recover. Yeah. I was like, and I said, "You certain?" She said, "Hey, small town. There was no way they could."
How old, Dame? How old was this woman when she enacted that? How old was the relationship, or how old were they?
They were in, okay, let me see. She was in her 20s, and he just came out of the military, so he was like a little about 2 or 3 years older than her.
Oh wow! So they both were in their 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow!
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That makes a difference. It makes a difference, because if you have a woman who is like in her 50s, 60s, and on, it's easy, and vice versa, him as well, then that's easier. That's not like a hard thing to do, because most people tend to settle down at that age, meaning they still have sexual desires, but they're not like in heat like most 20 and 30-year-olds are. So that's commendable if he didn't cheat and he didn't masturbate.
Nope, she never saw it. Never done it.
But you see, in the olden days, like the grown-up men who are like 80s and 90s, for them, they can control themselves if they are not having sex with their women. But for now, like our younger age that we are in now, we cannot control. We thinking that when we are not having sex with our women, then we have to go around and cheat on them or have another woman.
Right.
And that is very bad over here. You see, those times their parents have been teaching them how to live with a woman in the house, how to be with your wife. So in the situation, whether she is in the situation or she's not, if she said, "Oh, I'm not okay for sex today," you have to understand because that is your wife. That is the man that you are living with, and she have to understand you. Without him understanding you, that means she's not a man.
Hmm.
Very true.
Because
Very true.
What
anything
you,
can happen.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
what y'all have to understand, though, right? You have to understand the type of black man that you're dealing with today. This, this, um, black man today is just too immature. Period. He's sexually immature. He's socially immature, and in many cases, he's socially awkward, and he's trapped in some kind of mama's boy type mode. And I'm talking about 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds with a teenage boy mentality.
Right.
Okay, anytime you're sitting up on a big old podcast grading women by numbers, you are a boy. That's not what grown men do. That's
Amen.
what boys do. That's what we did in high school to get the popular girl to take notice of us. You know, you don't do that as a grown man. As a grown man, you're supposed to mature. You see, it's a lack of love between the black man and the black woman that's causing all of these problems. The black man today is a sexual deviant,
Right.
and he doesn't love the black woman. He doesn't cherish the black woman. We was taught to love and cherish our women and protect our women. This black man today doesn't have that mental makeup.
Right.
So,
Right.
right, and so this is why they're always talking about sex, and they're always talking about unruly women because they want to be able to have sex with the woman with no consequences or no responsibilities or no accountability. That is the mentality of a boy. That is a boy living home with his parents. Boys have no responsibility. Men have responsibilities and are accountable for their actions. Boys are not. Boys live with their parents and they're subject to their parents' rule. So you have a lot of 40-year-old teenagers out here on these podcasts, and
Very
they're
true.
over, right, and they're oversexed, and they don't have, even the person that wrote this article is a sexual deviant, and it's like you guys are talking about self-control. A grown man, a mature man has self-control. And if you are in love with your woman, you're not going to cheat on her. Men
Amen.
cheat on men cheat on their women because they do not love them. Point blank and simple. I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, it was a mistake, it was a one-time thing, one thing led to another. I had a few drinks, and no,
Right.
no. If you love your woman, you wouldn't put yourself in that predicament in the first place. If you are fit to be a man to a woman and fit to be a father, you wouldn't put yourself in that predicament in the first place. It's the same as a man going to jail, right? Willfully going to jail. You can't say that you love your women and children and you out here willfully selling drugs, knowing the consequences could be you lose your freedom. And if you lose your freedom, then you can't be there to take care of your woman and your child.
Right.
So you don't love them.
Right.
If you love them, you do everything you can to be there and provide for them. And so if your woman, I've heard these guys say, well, my woman got fat when she got pregnant. Called her a fat bee, threatening her, talking about she didn't lose weight. They was going to walk out. That's not a man that's fit to be your husband. Again, that's a low level, low mentality young boy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's wrong with these men out here today. And like I said before, I really feel sorry for black women today because this crop of black men are the sorriest I've ever seen in my life.
Totally agreed.
Mhm.
Totally agree. It's insane.
It
It,
is.
it really is. And you look at the other channels and you look at what is deemed as YouTube success. These men
Yes.
who are just maligning and castrating women, they're
Yes.
the ones who are attracting the quote unquote attention or subscribers. But as I said to you last night in the chat, it's not the quantity, it's the quality. It's not, because that's an indication of what you just said. That is actually support for what you just said. The fact that men and women are gravitating towards that type of behavior, that type of maligning of not just black women, but the black culture. It's insulting to us as a whole, is indicative of the problem.
It is.
How huge the problem is that people like a channel like this where you have a black man who is focused on uplifting and and stressing the value of black women, and the fact that you feel compelled, because you don't have to do it, but you are compelled to do it because there is such a huge problem. And look at people gravitating towards your channel. It's not what they want to hear. Why? Because the predominance is towards the men who are exploiting black women for self-gain. And that's what it's about. And they're not men, because any man, you're not a man because of your age. It's based on your character.
I agree. You know, and we're going to keep supporting black women. We're going to keep protecting, because this space is a protective space. We don't allow people to come in here and attack black women. And, you know, they're talking about that right now on some other channels. They're mad because this space doesn't allow attacks on black women. They don't like that.
Right. But you know what, Max, your success is greater than your success on YouTube is greater than what it appears to be. I can speak from experience, and a lot of people are not hip to this. I'm not a big social media person. You know, I'm the type of person, I operate behind the scenes, but I am extremely aware of corruption. And when you have somebody like yourself who is not afraid to speak truth,
that's right,
in terms of the condition of the black family, and your numbers are not a proper indication of your success. And that's what I was trying to get you to understand yesterday, because there is tampering on YouTube. And I'll be glad when there's another platform. Like me, I don't bother with this anymore, because unless you gravitate towards what's popular, which is the negative, YouTube itself can put its knee on you in terms of how successful. Like things like you hear content creators say, my subs did not get the notification bell. Things like comments not showing up when they should be showing up. Things like, okay, your subs, you're getting subs, but they can curtail that. So I'm not going to say too much about it, but I pray that you get a platform that will allow you to shine as you deserve to shine.
I appreciate that. You know, those are some powerful words. You know, I do this from my heart. You know, I love my black women. And right now they need somebody on their side. It's just too much going on against them right now. And I'm really ashamed that black men are at the forefront of it. Back in my day, this would never go down like this.
Right.
We wouldn't even allow, are you kidding me? We wouldn't even allow something like this.
Right.
The guys who talk the way they do today, are you kidding me? They wouldn't be able to exist in my neighborhood. You can't talk around with the black men like, I wish somebody would come, even today, I wish somebody would come to me talking about hey, black women's lives don't matter, or their lives have no. I wish somebody would come to me and say that even now. I dare somebody to come in my face and say that about a black woman.
Right.
The hell you mean that our black women's lives have no value?
But you know what, Max? It's social media flexing, because what you're talking about in your day, social media was not what it is. That wasn't even an option. It wasn't as fluent or fluid as it is today. And most of these men that are seemingly successful on YouTube, who have missions of castrating or destroying the image of black women, it's just social media flexing, because what you're saying, they would not be able to on your channel.
No.
You don't allow it, but in the face to face directly, they show that they're punks, because
Yeah,
they wouldn't be
yeah.
able to flex like that directly in the street.
You know,
meaning when you are just debating directly, it's social media flexing, and that's why this problem is so prevalent, because it's being done in a platform that has little to no restraints for it.
You know, I was talking to one of my neighbors that worked for CRX. His name is David, and we was talking about this guy. We went, we jumped in his Denali one time, and we went riding around town to see if we could find these guys. I mean, we went from end to end to our neighborhoods. We even crossed over into other towns like Chesapeake and stuff. Went into the hood and see if we could find guys talking like this. We couldn't find not one dude talking like this. And we even asked questions to certain people, certain brothers, and they was like, what? They were shocked to hear what was going on. You know, so that leads me to believe that this stuff is only going on social media. These guys don't have the heart to speak this nonsense in real life.
Right.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
I keep trying to tell people, real men love their mothers and their daughters. I wish you would talk about, please. Please. It can only happen here on social media, trust me.
Right. And they're they're assessing or determining the validity of the nonsense based on the numbers. See, that's why you can't get caught up. Even the Bible talks about that. Jesus warned, where you see the majority of people talking about me, that's where I'm not. I'm with the minority. And so as it applies to social media, most people in their ignorance, they feel like, okay, because this person like a Kevin Samuels and Sotomayor, these people have all these followers, so they have to be important. What they're saying has to be valid. But it's not. It's deception.
Yes.
It's deception, because again, it's not the quantity, it's the quality.
Absolutely. And the thing about it is, why is a black man famous for putting down black women? I don't even understand that. That's crazy to me in itself.
It is. It is. It's insane. It's insane. It's like a modern day form of the Twilight Zone. It's not going to make any sense. And it's an indication of how in trouble we are as a black people, and not just predominantly because of the quote unquote white man, but we're our worst enemies. We are more destructive in and of ourselves, the negatives, than anything the white man can do to us. Because we don't have unity. There's no unity among black people. There's not enough. I'm not going to say there's none, but there's not enough. And the biggest problem is what you talk about, Max, in terms of the relationships between black men and black women. If we don't get that together, I mean, it's not going to get any better. It's not.
No, not with these crop of black men. Like I said, I just feel so bad.
But you're doing something, Max. You are. And the fact that you're a black man who dares in this climate to take a stand, or a positive stand, a constructive stand for black women, that says a lot in and of itself. And that's why I said, if you do nothing else, like you're setting up, your lives they're stamped. they can be viewed later or whatever. But if they bless one, that's great. But it's going to be more than one. You just have to, keep the faith and keep doing what you're doing.
I am. I'm going to keep doing it. I don't have any plans of stopping. I'm not going to just sit here and let this continue. I'm going to keep fighting for Black women. I'm going to keep trying to get brothers to love Black women. And the Black women aren't our enemy. I don't even understand why. We had a fool up here a couple of podcasts ago, right? And he said the craziest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. He said that Black women aren't even ours. Like, they don't belong to us. They came out of Africa and was meant to be concubines for white men.
Was that Ron?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in the chat for that. Yeah, I remember that. You handled that well. You did. I was like, oh, I had to leave.
Man.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, man. I'm like, are you crazy? Wow. Wow.
But you know what? Your channel turned me on to, because I'm not a huge social media person, but the respect that I have for you and others in my community around me and the few that are on YouTube is the fact that you are trying to make a difference. But I didn't know anything about the manosphere and all of those things. So when I started listening to you, and I forgot how I came across your path, but I'm glad I did. But anyway, I said, well, let me research the manosphere. Let me research after Ron. When I heard what Ron said, the guy you were just talking about, I was like, oh my God, where's the data? He kept saying the data. I said, this cannot be reality. Like, what is this? So anyway, I did my research, and I was blown away that this is as widespread as it is. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
And I listened to Kevin Samuels because I can hear you talk and I can hear other people talk. But my thing is, I don't care how good it sounds. I have to research for myself. I have to make decisions for myself. So I said, okay, I'm going to listen to Kevin is it Samuels? Kevin Samuels?
Yes.
Yeah, I said he's hot on the scene. So let me just, take time out to listen to him, because maybe I'm missing something. This cannot be the definition of success in our Black community. So I listened. He was on Joe Budden's podcast, and I listened to that, and I listened to what he was saying, and what stands out. I could only stomach like maybe 30 minutes of it, and I think it was over an hour. But what really floored me was when he said, he was like, Black women need to be taught. And he sounded like Ron. Ron is a puppet. I knew Ron was just a puppet. He wasn't that intelligent. He was just regurgitating something he was fed. So I listened to Kevin, and he was like, you know what? Out of all of the cultures, the Arabians he cited and some others, he said, we are the only men who cannot control our women. He said, our women are disrespectful, and what we have to do and what we have to train our families to do, we have to teach them how to serve us, Black men. They need to know how to be cooperative, submissive. I mean, he was using synonyms. I'm like, how many times are you going to say submissive in a different way? But then he's in his 50s. And so he was like, okay, in my day, when a Black man cheated, his wife didn't open her mouth and say anything. When he walked in with the check, she took the check and she just, kept her mouth shut. He said, even in that day, he could have a wife or another family around the corner, around the block, and you wouldn't know anything about it until the funeral. But he was promoting this. And I was like, what are you talking about? And then he said, and I'll digress, he said, you should be teaching your women. How many of you women listening were trained to serve the Black men? How many of you were trained to serve your brothers. And when I got to that point, because I work with, young girls, 10, 11 or whatever, and I know a lot of kids in human services. Long story short, I deal with a lot of kids and females who have been sexually violated and abused, and it's very prevalent in the Black community. So when I heard this Black man say, we should be training our Black women and young girls to submit to whatever the Black man wants to do or say. And I'm thinking a lot of these young girls are already involuntarily submitted because they're being violated, they're being molested, they're being abused. But if we have a Black man out here who is spewing this foolishness, and I can't even do it justice. I was just floored. I was like, oh my God, but he's popular.
The problem, you know what they're after? They're after something that they can't get willingly. They want that willful submission, right? But they're not up to par for that. So they're trying to force it.
Right.
They're trying to force it. They're trying to break Black women down from behind.
Right.
Right. They're trying to make you feel guilty. They're trying to make you feel like you're unruly, you're masculine, and all this other stuff. But you see, the problem is, like I said before, willful submission from a woman is an act of pure manhood. You have to be a man in order to get a woman to willfully submit to you.
Amen.
So that means that you have to be strong. You have to be a good provider. You got to be a good protector. You have to take care of business. You got to protect the homestead. There's things that you have to do as a man. You have to be good to her. You got to do right by her. And a lot of guys don't understand when you're married. This is why I always say, marriage isn't for weak men.
Right.
Yeah, you have to be a strong man to get married because it's a huge responsibility. You have to obey once you marry a woman, you make that commitment to her, her word is also law in your life.
Right.
It's not just your word because she is your wife. So just like you want her to obey you, you have to obey her too.
That's right.
It's not a one-way street. And they don't want to do that. Okay. And so, like I said, these guys are weak. Many of them are effeminate, and they're not bosses. You're not even a boss. You are under another man's rule. You're under another man's care. You're under another man's shelter, meaning you don't own your own homes. So your woman can't comfortably nest in the environment because you don't own your own home. You out here renting an apartment like a juvenile.
Right.
Okay, so my thing is, they want what they're not. They want what they're not fit to have. There aren't leaders. There aren't bosses. There aren't upstanding, strong men of integrity and honor. Men like this have no problem getting willful. A woman will give herself to you if you are the right man.
A real woman. And
Exactly.
it works both ways. A real woman will submit to a real man if he is worthy. Exactly.
Exactly. And these guys aren't worthy. These guys are socially awkward. They're sexual deviants. They have no sexual self-control. They're sexually immature. Many of them are socially immature. Many of them are, their characters all messed up. Their priorities are backwards. I don't know how you're 40 years old and all you do is play video games all day.
Right.
And you got three boys who you ain't teaching nothing but to play video games.
Right.
Okay. That's not a man. That's an unfit father.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
And most of them don't understand submission. Like a lot of men, Black or white, but as we're talking about the Black man, because for whatever reason, they feel that Black women are just totally not in sync with submitting to them. But it's like you said, give me something worth submitting to.
Right. There's nothing to submit to.
But if you look at it from a God perspective, if you look at it submission as God in Jesus' name intended, that means to cover. I'm not to submit to you because you exist.
Exactly.
I am to submit to you if you are worthy. And when I submit, submission becomes a covering. that means I am strong as woman, you are strong as man, but my strength should not be utilized unless utterly necessarily. Meaning I have strength, but if I'm with the right man, I will feel like I'm being protected and covered.
Right. And it's like I said in my podcast, willful submission is expensive. It costs.
Right.
You got to pay for willful submission. It costs. It costs integrity. It costs honor. It costs honesty. It costs loyalty. It costs love and devotion.
That's right.
It costs protection. It costs.
It's a sacrifice.
Exactly. You have
For
to
him.
have right. You have to have all of these things before a woman will even think about submitting to you.
Right.
You got to have all these things first. You got to have your act together. You don't just walk up talking about bow down to me, submit to me. No.
But that's what they're saying.
And you know what? It's like you said. They don't even understand what submission is, because if you want a woman to submit to you, right, now you have the ultimate responsibility, okay? So you have to take care of her 100% because she's submitted to you.
Right.
Okay, so there is no not taking care of her. There was no taking days off. There is no being inconsistent. There's none of that. And these guys, they can't handle that because they're too weak. See, these things come natural to a strong man,
Amen.
a man who was trained the right way. See, these
That's
things
right.
are natural to myself.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Loving my woman, taking care of my woman is just endless energy for me. It
Right.
doesn't burn me out. But to weak men, it burns them out because they can't handle it. They don't have the right mentality because they're just too weak. They're too weak mentally and emotionally, and they shouldn't be married. They're unfit to be husbands and fathers.
That's right. That's right. And they don't realize that they must submit in order to receive submission. And that's in sync what you just said. It's a two-way street.
Yes.
The best way to look at it is the two become one. When we're unified as a man and a woman, that settles it. It's like, okay, but they're looking to force Black women to submit, but it's like not even worth attention because they have their concept of submission and what it means to be a man that is totally skewed.
Exactly. Give your woman your respect, your love, your devotion, and your heart. Give her all of those things and give them to her freely and willfully. Give it to her and give her your heart in abundance.
And he also talked a lot about, when he's determining if, I guess, because like I said, I saw him on the Joe Budden show, and I also saw him on another show. And then I had to take a break because it confirmed what you were saying here and what I've heard other people say. And because I'm not a social media buff, I'm like, wow, I'm dealing with other issues. Like I said, I work with youth, I work with women, I work with children. I'm like really busy and looking for a platform to freely be able to help people who need to be helped, which like YouTube is not the platform for me because like I said, your channel is more successful than you think. And I'm going to leave it at that. Because what's sad about YouTube is they're promoting and circulating. Like your channel probably is not being circulated the way it should be in the little roll up or the lineup on other channels because of what you stand for. But when you have Black people who are goal oriented in tearing down or slandering Black people, the white man is going to get behind that.
Absolutely.
Because it's using our people to keep us in check. So that's why they appear to be successful. But at the end of the day, when the lights go out, they're not successful. And they will figure this out the hard way. They'll see it because they're going to crash and burn. It's just a matter of when.
I agree. Another thing, too, that these guys don't pay no attention to, you guys aren't really interested in being men in the grand scheme of things. You don't want to compete with real men in the real world. Like for example, Black men are dead last in ownership of anything.
Right.
I mean, you don't hardly have any houses to bring a woman to. I mean, even if you got a small 1 bedroom house and you paid it off, it's a house that you own.
That's right.
Start there. Get
That's
some
right.
ownership. Grow up and be a real man. Get some ownership of something. You know, you guys just want to play in a playpen all day and play in mama's house and play video games all day. You
That's
know, and
right.
read comic books. You got grown ass men on here quoting comic book characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And telling men and telling women, insistent on telling Black women how to function, how
Yeah.
to operate as women.
Yeah, out here trying to live your childhood dreams as a comic book superhero. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's embarrassing what I'm not going to include myself, but black men, what we've become.
Yeah,
I
it
never thought
is.
I would see anything like this. I mean, I've never seen nothing like this before. These dudes are
It
the
is.
weakest. And you know what? Back in the day, you would hear the feminists or you hear some women say, well, black men ain't nothing. Okay. But nobody cared about that. I mean, because black love was promoted back then. It was all
Right.
in our music and everything, right?
Right.
But when you come today, and it's like waking up out of a bad dream, like, wait a minute. So the black man ain't nothing because I'm seeing it myself. As a black man, I see it myself.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it ain't just the women seeing it. Other black men are seeing it too.
That's
Uh-huh.
right.
Man, you guys are embarrassing. You guys ain't nothing, man. You ought to
Mm-hmm.
be
They're
ashamed of
destructive.
yourself.
They're
Yeah,
destructive.
you ought
Yeah.
to be ashamed of yourself, man. These guys are happy with being nobodies. They're happy with being losers. They're happy with being dead last.
Yeah.
You know, it's just I've never seen that. Like I said, I feel so sorry for black women today because this crop of black men are they're shot out, man. They're messed up.
Yeah.
But you know what? In terms of, with ladies' night, and I get what you're saying about feeling sorry for Black women, and I appreciate it. But at the end of the day, as Black women, we can't feel sorry for ourselves. We have to start counteracting this, and how we counteract it, me not having anything to eat today is starting to catch up with me. But how we counteract it is we have to choose better. You cannot deal with this type of so-called man and expect anything good to come out of it. We as Black women, we have to demand better, or we need to go without until the better or what's appropriate, meaning a real man, not just in name, but in character, reveals himself or presents. And if he doesn't, just do your thing by yourself until it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think black women need to go back to the '70s and go back to the high standards that they used to have. You know, because the men wanted the women. So whatever standard the woman set, the man would meet that standard in order to talk to that woman. When I was growing up, you couldn't talk to a woman any old kind of way. They wouldn't give you the time of day. You couldn't just run up on her talking about some, hey, shorty, how you doing? They wouldn't even talk to you. You had to approach them a certain way. They had standards.
Right.
You had to approach them a certain way, and you had to. I remember when I was growing up, a girl wouldn't even talk to you if you wasn't in school, because that was the first thing she would ask you, right? What school do
Right.
you go to?
Mm-hmm.
What class are you in? If you were truant, she'd walk away. She wouldn't even bother. And then that made guys stay in school because that's where the girls were.
Right.
Because that was the cool thing to be. You had to be in school if you wanted to get the girl. You couldn't be out on the street being dumb and being truant because you would get no girlfriend.
Right.
And since all of the boys wanted the girls, we stayed in school. So, so whatever standards that they set, we went out and we met those standards in order to get them as the prize. And I think black women need to go right back to that and need to set high standards again. and force these men to change.
Yeah, I agree with that to the degree that back then you were more likely to, there were more men back then who were willing to respect the Black woman, to value, or a woman who required standards to meet the standards. However, I do feel like the problems that we are having now that you're so instrumental in addressing on your channel, I think it also started back then and even further, in the sense that if you think about it, as it relates to the Black family, there has always been a wedge or a spirit of divisiveness between the Black man and the Black woman. And this was it was obvious in the number of homes devoid of fathers, Black men. I mean, you look at a lot of celebrities, and when I, take the time to listen to a celebrity or look at reality shows, I have a tendency not to view it the way other people do. I look at it in terms of getting an inside look of reality, what's really going on. Because a lot of people have a tendency to tell you more than they think they're telling you if you pay attention and read between the lines. But there's so many famous Black people who grew up in Black homes without their fathers. Meaning it was an issue. I mean, you think about Kevin Hart, and then his father showed up when he became famous. You think about the Keisha Cole situation. I think it's like 90-something% of them will say, my father was nowhere to be found. You think about R. Kelly. People give him a hard time, and yes, he deserved to be punished. But if you go back, and I try to be objective, look at the environment he grew up in. His mom was a single parent on drugs. You don't hear him talking to, I don't think he knew his father. All her kids were by different men. And then you had incest in the household because R. Kelly, it is alleged, and I feel that is true, but his sister, Teresa, molested them because she was babysitting because mom's out in the street trying to hustle nickels and dimes. And R. Kelly is the monster he is today because of that. But my point is, where was the father? There were like three fathers in that home. So now where we are, what I'm saying is, that was the prelude. We thought that was the problem. But now what you are remarking on and what we're dealing with today, as far as the Sotomayers and the Samuels or the Manosphere, et cetera, in their all-out attack on Black women, it's the same as it was back then, but it's taking a different package. Yeah. It's like, we don't want to deal with the Black woman for whatever reason, but now let's exploit her. Let's make money off of exploiting the Black woman or Black women.
Yeah, these guys are broken toys that are filled with hatred, and disdain for themselves. They hate their mothers. I grew up in a gentleman culture. I was groomed to be a husband and a gentleman. When women walked in the room, we changed the way we talked. We were more respectful in the presence of a woman. I was taught that if you could not say it around your mother, then you did not say it around other women.
Right.
Okay. And so that is a gent culture that I was taught by my fathers and my uncles. Right. And so that's something that we have to get back. I got a show called Gent Culture where I'm trying to bring this back. Talking to the younger brothers, teaching them how to be gentlemen, teaching them how to be honorable men, and loyal men. And it's very important that we're loyal to our women.
Right.
The Black man is the biggest swirler on the planet.
It's true.
I mean, he's swirling with everything, even swirling with blow-up dolls. You don't even want he don't even want a black blow-up doll.
It is so true.
Swirling with everything.
It is so true. It is so true. And the hate toward, and you would ask, okay, why is there such disdain for the Black woman from Black men, but it's because, you know, we have the advent of the LGBTQ community, and a lot of our quote unquote Black brothers are getting lost in that sauce. And to the degree, because they've fallen for it, to the degree that the greatest threat for any homosexual man is a real woman.
Mm-hmm.
And as it relates to Black men, you have to eliminate. What do you do with a threat? You have to eliminate it.
Exactly.
Because they can't be who they can never truly be, women, unless they diminish women in some form or fashion, or their all-out objective is to eliminate us or take away our value.
And Princess Z in the chat, she's saying that disrespecting Black women is profitable.
Yes.
And that's sad.
It is.
See that? That's a failure of Black men.
Mm.
If that is profitable in Black society, then that is a failure of Black men. That's a failure of Black male leadership.
That's
that
right.
shouldn't be success. That shouldn't be a success in our society, led by Black men. That should be the complete that should be the complete opposite. That should be we should loathe someone disrespecting our Black women.
We're far from it now. We should, but we are far from it now.
There's no leadership in the Black communities to speak of. Even Dr. Corn Anderson spoke about the lack of leadership in the Black communities. There's no male leadership. The boys are running amok. They're being raised in the street like animals. They're out here killing Black women and children. And you got the Manosphere and Kevin Samuels preaching hatred and inciting violence towards Black women.
For self-gain. For self-gain.
Yeah.
For self-gain. And what Princess said is likened to, because nothing, you know, as the Bible says, there's nothing new under the sun. It's just different packaging. So in terms of what Princess said about, you know, and she's supporting what I say there, to me, it's exploitation. I see it for what it's worth, because they appear to be winning. They look at Kevin Samuels. He can say today as far as his bank account, et cetera, but it's no different. They're slandering us as Black women. But if you look beyond all of that and put your feelings aside, it's just another version of when Black men who sat home while their Black women are out working, playing video games and eating up all the food, waiting on the check to come in, not wanting to work, but reliant on the Black woman. So what's different now is, okay, they have their channels, social media channels, but still the profit is coming off of Black women.
Mm-hmm.
They know how much we are disregarded. They know where we are on the totem pole as far as Black women. So these men have figured out, puppets of evil is what I call them, because at the end of the day, it's evil whether they see it or not. They have said, hey, Black women have a hard time, and let us capitalize off of it by getting in the ring in terms of maligning us as Black women. Why? For self-gain.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the people like Ron, who entered your chat a few weeks ago, I could only take or stomach so much of him, but I knew he was just a puppet. He was in the sunken place. All he could say, the data says, and I'm like, you know what? I was open to see what you had to say, but I said, who's the source of this madness? Who's the cult leader? Who is the cult leader? That's what I need to find out. And that's when I started to research Kevin Samuels, et cetera, and I'm like, there we go. And the victims become ignorant, angry Black men who are looking for comfort, who are looking for love, just like, you know, the gangbanger. Uh-huh. You know, when the men from back in the day, they couldn't get love at home, so they joined gangs. But today it's modernized in terms of submitting to the modern day cult leaders like Kevin Samuels and Sotomayor and probably others that you could name. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
They're victims and they don't even know it, because if I'm not mistaken, when I went back and listened, I think you guys the next day were talking about how he eventually said that he hated himself.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Ron say that he hated being Black?
Yeah.
For whatever reason, which means he's a victim of the Sotomayors and the Samuels. He's looking for love in the wrong places. This is modern day cult. This is a cult. Most of this crap online is modern day cult leaders. That's what it is. And they are dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. There's all these subtle layers. Because before there was Samuels, there was this one, there was that one.
And there's so many coming up now. And they're like in their 20s. There's so many. Like he is showing them how to play the game. They're looking at these men and they're like, okay, what he is successful. Look at, I think Max said one day about Kevin Samuels, whether he's getting negative or positive attention, he's getting attention.
Mm-hmm.
So these young punks are like, okay, is that how I make it? What is he doing? He's slandering Black women. So, hey, let me set up a channel under this cult leader and let me do what he does. Let me slander Black women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's exactly what's happening. Yeah, and that's why we started getting these coming in, all these supposedly stats. That's why, when Ron was on there, I was like, he kept quoting stats that sound familiar. Turns out
Right.
I had stumbled across these stats looking up another topic. The stats come from a dating site.
Wow.
Yes, the stats that he was quoting came from a dating site.
And you could tell he was just a victim. I mean, I could just read between all of his amp and pomp. I said, poor baby. I said, he's a victim himself and he can't even see it.
Mm-hmm.
Because all he could say was, well, the data. He sounded like a cult member. Like he could not, in his own independent thinking, take a stand independent of the data.
Mm-hmm. And he didn't want to go over the data. He just wanted to put the links in the chat. But the way we had it designed, YouTube itself wasn't allowing us to put any links in the chat, let alone him.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want people to hear about us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they don't want to. They always keep quoting the data, and they want to give you the link so you can look it up, but they don't want to mention the data themselves.
Right.
Like, forget that. What data? From where? And what it says, and what year it was from?
It's like Princess Z said, Ron, he had no ability to critically think, or in my words, no independent thinking. And that's why I felt sorry for him, because I could see that he himself is a victim. He was and is a victim. He has been hurt. I don't know if it was mom or a woman who betrayed him or left him or whatever, because there's always a trigger. Or when you allow yourself to be fed by these modern day cult leaders, hate mongers, that is just a symptom of a bigger problem. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Kevin Samuels is a symptom of a bigger problem, meaning when he goes to bed at night or when he looks in the mirror, when nobody else is looking, when nobody else can see him, there is something about himself that he doesn't have peace with. And he has transformed that into his now YouTube successful platform. Mm-hmm. He is hurting himself. And I don't know if it was mom or a Black woman, but somebody somewhere disappointed him. Some Black woman disappointed him. And now he based on this social media platform, is utilizing it to deal with or address that pain in a destructive way.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I love the show Criminal Minds, and they talk a lot about surrogates, like how a lot of the killers were, like, let's just say, for example, you had a criminal that they were trying to apprehend who was killing blondes with green eyes. And then when they did the background check or research, they find out that he was rejected by a blonde and a green-eyed woman maybe 10 years ago. So every time he kills a person with that image, it's reflective of somebody else.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's going on with a lot of these cult leaders today.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because you can hear it in all of them,
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and eventually they break down and they give themselves away. You know, stuff like she should have chose me. I was like, wait, what? Wait a minute. How did you jump from there to she should have chose me?
Right. And no
Yeah.
good comes out of it, Dame. It's no good will come out of it. My motto is in teaching. I teach, like I said, I mentor a lot, and I have a teaching. It's called "The Devil Has a Bank Account." So a lot of people associate success with blessings or with God, but they don't understand that there's darkness in the world. There's evil in the world. So these people, as I was telling Max, their channels appear to be successful, but at the end of the day, if you can see it the right way, they're not. Because when you allow the devil to write your checks, he's going to collect eventually. Mm-hmm. And no good can come out of it. Mm-hmm. And that's why, the way I live my life, if I have to do anything that goes against my values, my integrity, in order to make it or succeed in life, I have nothing to do with it, because it will be temporal gratification. Like, oh, I have this right now. I have the dream car. I have this. I have that. But if I go about getting it in a negative or way that's destructive to others, eventually it's going to come to a head.
Yeah. Yeah. And all these man and spirit dudes, they've been up and down until they spiral down to nothing.
It's a hustle. It's a hustle. It's a modern day. If you know anything about hustling, it's a modern day hustle.
Yeah.
And Black women, and just like, Ma'Khia Bryant, you guys have talked about it. Most people have moved on, but that's a sore spot in my spirit, because I'm an objective person, but because a 16-year-old girl was reflective of the image that these manosphere people have of Black women, that is one of the reasons that she's not alive. And I don't care. You can say, well, she had a knife, or, it was justified. I'm like, let's not be ignorant, Black people. Let's not be ignorant. You were just talking about a tiger in one of your commentaries, and how the police officer, I don't know if it was you or I was on the news, I think you mentioned it, but then I heard also somebody talk about how a police officer would not shoot the tiger because he had sympathy. He just didn't have the heart to put the tiger down. Mm-hmm. So the tiger ended up wandering around the community for days before they caught the tiger. And I'm thinking to myself, like, she didn't warrant that much respect. Mm-hmm. You didn't have enough decency. And if I was a lawyer, I would gladly challenge that cop. I don't care what the majority says in terms of she deserved it. No, she was a child. And I have not heard anybody ask for the autopsy report. Because if you watch the entirety of that footage that they leaked or that they made public, they had her shirt up. You could see her bra, and the police officers were trying to resuscitate her. They saw no blood. And so one officer was like, where is she shot? He was like, she can't be shot. But then when they slid her out, all the blood was coming from the back of her head. and the side, like her ponytail. And I want to know, I just want to know, did she have 4 bullets in her head?
I don't think she had 4 bullets in her.
He shot her 4 times, but where did he shoot her? Because she had no blood. She had no blood on her
You gotta
chest.
remember, her back was to him, so he had to.
Her side was to him. Her side, because part of her was towards the Tiana. Tiana Bonner was the 20-something-year-old she was beefing with or whatever. But the side where she was bleeding, it's like her side was to him. And that's where he aimed. And I'm thinking to myself, why did you have to put 4 bullets in her? Like, you didn't even pause for a second to see, okay, let me shoot her once and see if that sort of, solves the problem. But you just, in succession, put 4 bullets into this girl.
Yeah.
Why? Because she meets the image of what these manosphere, or how these manosphere people see Black women.
Mm-hmm.
She was a dark-skinned sister who was angry.
Mm-hmm.
So she needed to be put down. And yeah, this officer is safe, unlike the one in relation to Andrew Brown. And now we have, God, Lord, you live in Louisiana, Dane. We have this whole situation with the green guy. That is appalling.
Yeah.
To see that ish. But I really do feel that officer who shot Ma'Khia had no more regard or respect for her than the situations that George Floyd, Andrew Brown, Green, Dwight, etc., etc., etc. It's just that he's safe. He's safe.
And I'm not going for that narrative. He was protecting the other woman in pink. If you were protecting the other woman in pink, you wouldn't have shot. That woman was right in the line of sight too.
Exactly. Not just her, but you shot out in an open community where kids were around. Mm-hmm. So people are like, and what he said afterwards was Blue Lives Matter. That to me indicated that he had little to no respect for her. Mm-hmm. Because if you had to do what you had to do to save the other young lady's life, you would be somewhat repentant of that. You wouldn't have time to smile for the cameras and say, Blue Lives Matter, and you just killed a child. Mm-hmm. And our Black children, as Black women, our Black children don't get the same position as white children. They don't get to be children. But I guarantee you, if we could refront this, or we could position it as, okay, a Black officer put 4 bullets in a 16-year-old white girl, prominent in the community, who was trying to stab another, Black or white, I guarantee you that Black officer would not be in the same position as this white officer.
No, he would not.
If Ma'Khia was if she was white. Mm-hmm. They would have a field day with it. Oh, she was a child. Why didn't you take time to de-escalate or think or blah, blah, blah? But because Ma'Khia represents she's the billboard for how the manosphere feels about Black women, he didn't even hesitate. Mm-hmm. He sees a Black angry woman with a knife. And I'm going to put 4 bullets. I'm going to fire 4 bullets in succession into her head. I just want to know where she was shot. Because she's a healthy girl. You could have shot in the arm, and he was a sniper. He was a marksman. So he wasn't just an everyday cop. This means he had special training. Mm-hmm. Which means with that special training, you could have tried to decrease the chances of taking her life. Mm-hmm. By shooting her in the arm or wherever. He didn't care. He just shot to kill. And I have problems with this. And this is why the manosphere and all of these Black men running around, degrading and just exploiting Black women for self-gain. This is why that behavior is so destructive. Because when the white man looks at us as Black women, they're going to look at us as they looked at Ma'Khia. We are less than worthy of life. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And these so-called black men, they're putting the children in danger. We're not just talking about the girls. We're talking about the boys. If you think they don't treat girls like little girls, they treat them like grown women. What
Right.
you think they're going to be doing to the boy? They're not
That's
going to treat him like no little boy. We've seen too much evidence of that. They're going to
right.
treat him like grown men. And because you're so busy, like the father, trying to get a hit in on black women, you are putting your child, your children in danger.
That's it.
Hmm.
And that's what hurts my heart. That is it. That literally is, love your neighbor as yourself. And I cannot, I don't have peace with what happened to Micaiah. I just don't, because it's what you're saying. These guys have to understand. And just to see, like, DJ Envy, I watched a clip of the Breakfast Club shortly after the shooting, and Charlemagne and DJ Envy, they were debating, and Envy's position was, oh, well, she was going to kill. At that time, we didn't know that the lady in pink was Tiana Bonner. And Charlemagne's position was, no, man, his position was my position. I was like, finally, there's somebody that sees what I see. And he was like, no, I don't feel like that was justified to put 4 bullets in her like that. And Envy, he refused to see it. He was kind of like not even sympathetic that a child is dead.
Mm-hmm.
There's no coming back on this side from death. And the fact that so many people could easily just brush her off. Like, oh, well. But then you have, and I think about Envy, and I made a comment. I said, Envy, you're really, your light skin is shining through on this debate. Because again, I felt like he said, well, he had a little sympathy for her, but his energy, and his voice and his tone, he could not get what Charlemagne was said. And I rarely agree with Charlemagne. I just don't. But I take the meat and spit out the bones.
Mm-hmm.
And he felt, as a few of us feel, like, nah, I can't accept that. Because that could have been my sister. That could have been my kid. That could have been, and then it would change the game. Mm-hmm. If it was DJ Envy's daughter and an officer put 4 bullets in her to the taking of her life, I guarantee you he wouldn't be as, oh, well, my daughter, she deserved it. She put herself in that situation. The tables would turn if you insert your loved one in that situation.
Yeah. And that was a situation she couldn't avoid. She's in foster care. She's
Exactly.
being bullied by grown women in the foster home.
That's right.
That's why she resorted to a knife. But my thing was, I was really, really pissed off at the men in the community. But this was before I found out that dude was her father.
Her father.
The neighbor just came home from work. He heard the girls calling each other's names. He didn't do anything. He didn't go, hey, girls, what's going on? Y'all shouldn't be calling each other like something like that. I grew up where girls are in that verbal altercation. Men try to break it up. Even if it's a set of girls, y'all young ladies, do not refer to each other by these ugly names. What is going on?
Right.
Just doing that would have been doing something. He was like, oh, well, I guess they're fighting. And he went in the house. Then he went to brought his dog out in the backyard, and the noise escalated. And he just went in the house because it got too noisy. He waited till gunshots are fired. Then he wants to go see what happened. When he could have said something right then and there.
But you know what? The clip, and I don't know if you were able, I think they probably have taken it down at this point, but this happened in Ohio, right? In Ohio? Her shooting, yeah. But wherever she got shot, the police department released the full footage. It was like immediate. And I think it was maybe almost 40 minutes long. But anyway, I took the time to watch the entirety of it. because I don't make comments on things that I am not taught on. I'm very careful as to what I say and how I judge situations if I don't have the facts, which is why, you know, I'm researching the manosphere and all that. But anyway, they show the father and his mother, Miss Hammons, that's his last name, and her father and his mother, her grandmother, they were all walking out of the house. So that's where, I don't know, most people saw the clip of him kicking the other 20-year-old in the young lady in the back. So what you're saying is 100% correct in the sense of why all of those adults, not just men, because we can't sell ourselves short either. If I were in that situation, I have nieces, I have young girls that I mentor, Dane. There is no way the police would have to have been called because of no nonsense. And the fact that the grandmother, the father could not diffuse that situation without calling the cops, that supports everything that you guys talk about on this channel in terms of the breakdown of the Black family. Because people are not seeing that. That's why I have a problem with people attacking this young girl, because she was a victim of circumstances.
Yeah.
Okay. She was a victim, meaning it started with mom having sex with a sorry Black man. I saw his rap sheet. He has a huge rap sheet. He spent most of his time in prison. And the mom also lost custody of the girls, and they say 2018, but the mom allegedly lost custody when the girls reported that they were being abused by the mom and another family friend. And the chances are pretty good, hopefully not, that it could have been sex. But anyway, the kids had been in foster care for years because the mom refused to get herself together. But we only see the shooting. We only see the few seconds. Oh, she had a knife. Okay, she's dead. The end. But we have to go all the way back to see the dysfunction and the breakdown between the Black men and the Black woman that ultimately led up to one of their children dying untimely.
Yeah.
That is pathetic.
From what I understand, the girls called the police first. But
her sister, Janaya, called the police.
Called the police, saying these grown ass girls was trying to jump them, but the police didn't come fast enough. So I guess that's when they attempted to call their dad, or no, their dad. Well, they got their grandmother.
Their grandmother.
The grandmother had the dad bring her over.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's when the police pull up. That's when you see them running from, I guess, the apartment back there. And she was going after the girl. And then she turned away. And the father... Now, I know he had to see that police officer pull up there.
He did. He was like right there, like a few steps from it. He saw if there were multiple cops outside.
So instead of grabbing his daughter, he took the opportunity to kick the girl.
Right.
It's like, your daughter got a knife and there's a police officer right there. You know how the police are with Black people. Why didn't you grab your daughter?
He didn't run over to her. I'm sorry. My kid is shot. You would have to shoot me too. But in this situation...
did you notice the grandmother yanked him back?
I noticed that. I saw that. I saw that. And that is all indicative of the dysfunction in too many Black homes. Because I would die for my child. There is no way, if my child is literally shot, I'm going to stand there and just wait to see what happens because I'm afraid of being shot. I just got shot if my child just got shot. I would have ran over to her. And that just lets you know how polluted the mentality is of too many of our people. But it goes back to what you said about the destructiveness to our kids of this poison that the manosphere and the like are spewing. They don't see a correlation between what happened to Micaiah and what they are doing.
Mm-hmm.
But what they are doing is encouraging this. Because let me tell you something. Most people don't understand. On January the 6th, when we had the Capitol Hill attack, I see that as a blessing because it brought to the surface what I've always known was there. And it's funny because I have my friends, we sit and we talk, we chat, we chop it up or whatever. And I said, I told you that the Klan was still at work. They're just very unlike Black people. They do things covertly. But on January the 6th, you saw them as rabid as they were, foaming at the mouth. These people are working right now in their little hubs. And you know, one of the biggest reasons, and I say this, and I haven't heard anybody else say it, but when you Hollywood and Black men, one of the biggest issues that white men or white nationalists, white militia, I just call them the Klan. I mean, tomato. Let's quit playing games.
Yeah.
One of the biggest issues that they have with Black men is the fact that most Black men are with their women. You see, they may not say that in the open, but I guarantee you, if you could sit in on one of their little private cave meetings, they don't like it.
Oh no, they don't.
They don't, because one of the fears that they have is that Black people is going to wipe out the white man. So if Black men are procreating with quote unquote their women, that is fueling that fear. And that is why when they see a Black man, they do not hesitate to put a Black man down quicker than a Black woman. You don't even have to have a gun. All you have to do is step wrong. Why? Because in their little private Klan meetings, that is a big problem. And it's a problem. Like, I don't care about interracial dating, but now I have a problem with it because it's so widespread in the sense that we're teaching our young boys, young Black boys, that the epitome of success is your ability to obtain a light, bright, or white woman. A dark-skinned Black woman is not in high demand. Like Micaiah's complexion, they're not in high demand. So you look at that, it doesn't threaten me at all. I mean, I'm considered caramel skinned, and I now all of a sudden I just really like, wow, dark-skinned Black women have a hard time. Because when you look in Hollywood at these so-called Black men, famous Black men, athletes, actors, whatever, what do you see on their arms more than anything else?
White women, mixed women.
Exactly, as the ultimate mark of their success. Light, bright, white, or other women. It's rare today that you see a successful Black man with a woman like Denzel Washington's wife, like Samuel L. Jackson's wife.
Yeah.
So if you are saying as a Black man that your life matters, Black lives matter, but you want nothing to do with a Black woman unless she's light with quote unquote good hair, how do you think you look in the face of the white man? You look like a hypocrite. Because what they're saying is you have no respect for your women. And the evidence of this is in the fact that you're reaching over into our pool of women, diminishing our race. So what we're going to do is take you out.
Yeah.
But you hear all these famous Black men saying, oh, Black lives matter. I'm like, just shut up. Seriously. Most of you I don't have a problem with interracial dating, but if you do it for the right reason. But it's not being done for the right reasons today. And because what the youth are hearing more than anything is that success as it relates to a woman is anything but a dark-skinned sister.
Yeah. I remember my uncle, he ended up living in Seattle. So he started bringing these white girls. Okay. All right. The first one, the one that had his child, she was okay. She understood that she was white. Her child is Black. She wanted us to help her teach her child to be black. You know, she encouraged the child to come spend the summer with her, spend time with her people. You know, she didn't lie to her daughter. She said, "You are
Right.
black." Okay, smartest one, first one. The second one, this woman, okay, white, but her children were with other black men. Um, he wouldn't want to commit. She wanted commitment. She moved along. The last one was cuckoo as a dodo bird. She didn't want to bring her child for the funeral and stuff like that. The funeral, but she insists on coming. Okay, it's a good thing we had her in the back seat. We had went somewhere. She was drunk. I sat in the front with my uncle. Okay, cop pulled us over. White cop, Louisiana. She thought it would be a smart idea to say, "Yeah, I got a black boyfriend, and what you gonna do about it?" and all that stuff. I'm like, "What the hell?" You know, I said, I had to take her. I said, "Excuse my friend. She's drunk. She's from the north. She got these weird ideas of what people in the south is like. Don't pay her any mind." I told her, "Shut up before I go back there and sit on you." And stuff
Right.
like that. I said, "Hey, when she's like that, the only way to calm her down and bring some sense to her is for me to sit on her until she calmed down."
Wow.
So, okay, so we get back to the house, and I went in on her. Don't you ever in your life do something as stupid like that. You are not in Seattle, Washington. You are in Louisiana. We are talking about plain country.
Wow.
We on the middle of a darkened road. He could have killed us all.
Right.
And nobody would have saw it. Nobody did anything.
Right.
We would have been lost as drunken people. A weird accident. And she was saying, "Well, you know, I want to stand up for my kid." I said, "You keep standing up for your kid like that, you're going to kill your kid.
That's
You have
right.
a son. You cannot do those things. Your son is going to go through a whole bunch of stuff that you is never going to understand."
That's right.
So when my uncle tells you to do this, when we telling you to keep your trap shut, keep your trap shut. Luckily for us, you was too drunk and you was in the back seat. Because if you had played that game and been sitting right next to him, cop wouldn't have cared what you said, what I said.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what Princess Z said. She put everyone at risk. Everyone in that situation.
Yeah.
And you know what? It just brings up a point in her mentality, in her thinking. And when it comes to the Beckys, it's like they, in their success as far as achieving or feeling like they have won over black men more so than not, what they don't understand is that they will never be black women. And she thought, because as most of the Beckys, integrating herself into the black community by way of a black man, that she had a right to just say that, "Hey, I have a black kid," not understanding the Klan doesn't care about that. That actually makes you more of a target. But she, as most of the Beckys, don't get that. And like I said, I don't have a problem with interracial dating, but I do have a problem with it in the sense of the reason. Like, you fall in love with who you fall in love with. But today it's not about love. It's a matter of preference. But one thing that the Beckys have to understand, and the others, not even going to say the Beckys, the light, bright, and the other women, the exotic women, quote unquote, they will never be black women. Because the only woman on this earth that is equipped and designed to deal with the mentality of a black man is a black woman. That's why these men do get bored with them. That's why the relationships, you look in Hollywood, these men and their other exotic women, they don't last. Because these women are easy. And black women, as Max was saying, you know, in his day, women had standards. Well, why are you coming in at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and you expect me not to ask where you've been?
Mm-hmm.
Or you decided that you didn't feel like coming home and I'm just supposed to take it. See, Black women are not going to put up with that. That's what makes us, quote unquote, angry.
Yeah.
But the white woman is like, hey, baby, good morning. He's walking in with all the pollution of his side chick on him. And she's like, what do you want for breakfast?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because she's what? She's submissive, the perverted form of submissive. She's compliant. She understands her. She knows her place. But what these white women and other women have to understand, you will never be able to truly satisfy a Black man because only the Black woman is designed to do that. And a real Black man knows that and values the Black woman because of that. Because we all came from the same pool or origins of slavery.
Mm-hmm.
It's in our blood. We have to be. And this whole notion of Black women being, angry, non-compliant, challenging. Look what's in our bloodline. Look how many Black women are raising and running households alone.
Mm-hmm.
When they're sick, guess what? They can't just lay in the bed and chill and hope to get better. They still have to pump themselves up with drugs or no drugs and go to work.
Mm-hmm.
Working 3-4 jobs, and you wonder why she might be a little tight when you run up on her in the street.
Yeah. Or why she's not smiling, or then they have the nerve to do that while you're at your job. Why are you not smiling? It's your job to smile. I'd be like, I don't know how many people my mom had cut dagger eyes at because they talking about why she's not smiling at the job.
She's on autopilot most of the time. You do have some Black women who are angry for no reason. I don't even want to deal with that. But most Black women who are maintaining households, running households by themselves are on autopilot. They're in overdrive mode, rather. That means they don't even realize how they're coming off. Why? Because when you're in that mode, you can't afford to let your guard down or everything that you're holding up is going to fall.
Yeah.
Most of the time. So that argument that most of them have that Black women are just difficult, angry. I mean, look at where we come from. Look at what we have to deal with when it comes to the Black man. What we have to listen to being spewed on these social media streets about how we're no good. We don't know how to act.
Yeah.
But I
You know
digress.
how many times I was on autopilot until I could get to the car, you get on my way home.
What did Abby say?
Haven't I? I think that's an echo.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You said how many times you were on autopilot and what?
I was on autopilot, just going through the motion until time to go home. Especially the last hour of the shift. Whew.
It's survival. It's survival mode.
Yeah.
And I admire, and as Black women, like I said a few pumps back, we can't see ourselves as victims. I've never seen myself as a victim. I've never settled for anything less than I deserve. I have never been weak for sex or a penis or whatever. I've always known my value to the degree that I refused to settle. And that's what Black women have to understand. We can talk all day about how the Black man is becoming a thorn or has become thorns in our flesh, but we can't let that distract us to the degree that we start to comply or fit the image of what they are spewing. You have to, you have to, when you have to do better. Just like I said, we have to take ownership of ourselves. And I think, in Kevin Samuels with his interview with Joe Budden, they were trying to give Black women props. And I think Joe Budden has said, well, today we have more successful Black women than we've ever had. So what do you say about that, Samuels? And Samuels was like, no, they're not really successful if they don't have a man. He said they don't have a man. So his premise was, okay, if they don't have a man that wants them, a Black man that wants them, they're really not successful. And I'm like, wow, he just won't let up on it. Mm-hmm. And so they were like punks, because he had an answer for everything. And when in my research on Kevin Samuels, and it's still underway, his background is in sales. And I said, that's it. I said, you are trained in terms of marketing and doing what it has to do to make the sale.
Yeah. And he's changed his imagery over so many times that he's subtly trying to change it, where he's trying to sound like he's kissing up to Black women, or he's trying to say that the men need to create an environment so women can rest in their femininity, so to say.
Really?
Wait a minute. Is he stealing from Max now? Because Max has been saying this as long as I've known Max. He's been saying that, that men need to create the environment for the women. And all of a sudden, here he comes out of the blue, when for Black women got to do this and do that too. Oh, all of a sudden, men need to start doing the things they need to do to create the environment so women could rest and submit.
Oh, really?
I was like, oh, whoa. I went, what?
I'm still researching, so I missed that. I haven't come across that yet.
Yeah.
And Princess Z said, Black women not smiling is the cause of the Black community problems. And then she said, I'm just being sarcastic. And to follow, she says, a Black woman worth shouldn't if she has a man or not. In fact, that's dangerous. So I guess she was responding to something one of us said, but she said a Black woman worth shouldn't if she has a man or not. I'm not really sure what she.
Oh, she was responding to what you said that he had said when Joe Budden had said, "Well, we got more successful Black women nowadays than we ever had," and he said, "No, they not, because they don't have a man."
And that's what he said. He would not let up. It was like, I was like, wow, this man is a trip. And what's funny, which is, a testament of his sales background, he was so convincing or so impactful in his presentation that Joe Budden and the other two gentlemen, they had no rebuts. They were like, it's like a cult leader. Like, to be an effective cult leader, you got to have everything in order. You have to have your sales pitch or your script, and you have to have your rebuttals in place. And, Joe Budden and his co-hosts were trying so hard to kind of give Black women some credit, but Samuels always came back with something to tear down anything positive that they had to say. And I said, you men are not equipped to handle this man. I, as a woman, can handle Samuels. I mean, it's like, seriously. I mean, he makes no sense. It's like Ron, one of his puppets. Ron made no sense.
Yeah.
Just like you saying, you just said he changed his tune, and now he's saying he keeps flip-flopping. But his whole position, based on what I've gathered thus far, is that Black women are tolerable and they can be accepted if they know their place. You have to be a certain weight. You can't be overweight. You can't wear weaves and all this stuff. He has a laundry list of what makes a Black woman acceptable for the Black man.
Mhm.
And if you can meet those standards, then hey, and the most important standard is submission. You have to know your place. If he doesn't come home, he wants to stay out with one of his bench riders, you don't ask questions. You just be thankful when he walks in the door.
Oh yeah, there was some kind of
I'm like,
subtle
Igga,
thing.
please. I'm like, Igga, please.
Yeah. Does a six-figure man deserve to have a side chick? Some kind of bull crap. I said he's gonna be a
You
dead
joke.
six-figure man. He tried that, but I think part of the reason is Joe Button them are used to dealing with men. Kevin Samuels is a little too sweet to be just a regular straight man. So he comes with the communication skills like a woman. So that's why the women would not have any problem if they chose to do so to knock all his stuff down.
Right.
But the men they used to more direct and straight to the point.
But
That's
you
not
know
gonna work
what?
with Kevin Samuels.
Right. And Kevin Samuels just did an interview with Tasha K. And I couldn't stomach the entirety of that interview because Tasha K is a hustler. Tasha K knows Kevin Samuels is hot right now, and the way Tasha operates, she has a street mentality. But she recently released an interview with Kevin Samuels, and she questioned, or she pretty much put it out there that most people feel that he is a homosexual, and he was pretty adamant about not being a homosexual. He was just like, I'm just a man who's well groomed, et cetera, et cetera. Now, as it piggybacking on Joe Budden and that crew, I don't see any of them as men. That's kind of like, when Max and I were dialoguing earlier. You're not a man because you are a man. You are a man based on your character. And any man that would just tear down any woman, but in this case, a Black woman for self gain or to glean attention, that's not a man. So when they were dealing with Kevin was dealing with them on a salesman's level. I've worked in sales. In sales administration, I know the game. And when you do it enough, you have a rebut for everything. And all it has to do is sound good. But if you pay attention to Kevin, he makes no sense. And as Princess Z said, what's scary is, he has a God complex. People see him as a God, but see, that's a cult. That's what a cult leader is. He's a modern day social media cult leader. And he's dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised that, Tasha K didn't bring up the fact that he's a deadbeat dad. I was like, wait a minute, she didn't even touch on that. You know,
Did
um,
you listen to the whole interview?
yeah, I gotta listen to it again because I think I started tuning out because I couldn't believe what I was and was not hearing.
Right,
You
same
know,
here. I think I lasted like 30 minutes maybe.
so I honestly gonna have to listen to it again because I was like, okay, why you not mentioning his deadbeat dad? I don't care if you don't get into whether he's gay or not. The deadbeat dad. I was like, he walked away from his child, didn't tell
Wow.
nobody nothing, just left.
How old is his child?
Well, I think she's grown now, but at the time that he left, I don't know. Let's see. Um, oh shoot, I'm gonna have to go pull up the document. Somebody had did the research on it, and they put the document link so you can see for yourself. But
Okay.
it happened while he was in his 30s. So
But you know what? Tasha K is an opportunist. She cares no more about Kevin Samuels than we do. She was stroking him because the way Tasha operates, and she's very controversial. She goes after people with huge followings because she knows if she gives the attention to said people, then their fan base is going to trickle over to her stage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, a couple of people said, well, I'm glad she made her money off of them.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Tasha is about herself. She's a hustler. I can't tolerate her either. She does what she does, but I saw through that in her interview with Kevin and the situation with Derek Jackson. I don't know if he's still in the hot seat, but she's always had disdain for Derek. Hold on, because I'm doing something. But she's always, you can wrap that yourself. She's always had disdain for, she had disdain for Derek Jackson post Derek siding with a Cardi B issue or beef from about a year or two ago. So his downfall now, being that he's in the hot seat, she's living it up. She's eating it up. And what's interesting about Derek Jackson, if you want to talk about, black men who have little respect for black women, Derek Jackson came on the scene as someone supposedly or claiming to be an advocate like Max for black women. And he established his success. But then fast forward, like I said earlier, you ride with the devil, you going down with the devil. He has a bank account. So he's a perfect example of his deception has come to a head because he would never talk about his wife on his platform. And then when the scandal broke, his side chick was twisted enough to come out and put him on fire or set the fire on social media. That's when everything blew up. So here we have this black man talking about respect, how to love a black man, giving all this advice like Kevin Samuels, but in a different way. And then we find out that this man has little to no respect for his wife.
Yeah. I mean, to bring the woman into your house, into your bed, that is the ultimate disrespect. I've known people to get shot or killed over that level of disrespect.
Yes. It's bad enough that you're doing it, but to do that, to defile the bed, my bed in the process, girl, please.
I seen a woman set the mattress, the sheets, and all that stuff on fire. Well, first we heard the gunshots, and then there was a naked man running. He was lucky our dog was in the house. He jumped over a hurricane fence. She must have scared the hell out of him. He jumped over 2 hurricane fences, banging on our door, banging on our neighbor's door. We don't know who it is. Everybody in the neighborhood who he's banging. Some people calling to report gunshot. There's others said there's a crazy man banging on my window, and stuff like that. And then I heard my mom said, yeah, there's a naked man banging on my windows. And just before that, I heard gunshots. His wife, the job she worked at, they weren't having such a good night. So they was shutting down early. So the boss told her, go ahead, go home. We're going to just shut it down early for the night. She come home, found him in bed. She don't even remember what happened. All she know was she was smoking a cigarette. According to the police, who's also a cousin of ours by marriage and a cousin of hers by blood.
Right.
She was sitting there on a chair with a gun in her hand, smoking a cigarette. The woman was terrified, cowering in the bed. The fool left the woman at the mercy of a very angry wife.
Wow. So
her cousin came and he placed his hand over her. Can I have the gun? She said, gun? I don't have a gun. He said, well, what is this? Oh, I didn't even know I had it. and he went calm and said, can we let the woman go? And she's like, what woman? She totally blacked everything out.
Right.
So the cousin got her out, put her in the police car. Another, because so many people had called, they had two different police cars that came. And
How many police cars?
well, technically it was three, but it was two separate police cars. Okay. One police car had the woman that he was fooling around with. The other
Right.
police car had her. And then over the radio, they said, hey, there's a guy running around naked down this neighborhood. I'm finna go get him. And they said, bring him over. He has some kind of connection with this. I think he has a connection with this situation.
Right.
And sure enough, there he was. And our dog was trying to get him.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Mhm. Yeah, he ran buck naked. All right, so okay, so they came and did a report. You know, the police officer vouched for her, sent her home. The next day, I come to school and I see her lugging out, lugging the mattress out.
Right.
Okay, I said, Mom, have you checked on her? Because I'm getting home from school. She said, why? She got the luggage. I mean, she got the mattress out there, and she looks like she's about to set it on fire. I said, no, she's not going to do that. You know. And the next thing you know, we see, smoke. They said, no, she didn't. That's what it looks like. Sure enough, she set the mattress on fire. She burned the sheets. She burned the towels. She
Wow.
was burning everything. And the
If
police,
she had an opportunity, she probably would have burned him.
yeah. So the fire department got called. She got arrested for assaulting the fireman who was trying to put it out. And she was screaming, let it burn. Let that bastard burn.
See, that's psychological abuse. And there's some things you just don't do. But when you're caught up in the sunken place or in the throes of madness, like if you don't have enough decency, it's bad enough if you're cheating. But if you are so lost in the sauce that you have to defame your home, your family, the home, the bed, that is just reprehensive beyond understanding.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And Princess Z, she's hanging with us. She said Kevin Samuels' followers are trying to make Black women date undesirable men. He told a viewer to go back to her abusive husband. Kevin Samuels is very dangerous to the Black community. Definitely.
Is he crazy?
He is. He really is. And what I just don't understand. It's just, yes, I do. I do understand it because people follow the majority, even if it's madness. Yeah. He said I couldn't stomach him longer than 30 minutes. I take my time with it, but I saw enough, or I've heard enough to know that this man is a joke. And he is dangerous because just like Ron, when Ron came on Max's platform, I made comments that he sounds like a man who would abuse a woman. I could sense, I'm very spiritually aware. So I could sense his anger. But listen to what you said about the lady who had a psychological breakdown because of her offense. People are wired differently. I mean, they have crimes of passion for a reason. Yeah. But when you have people like Kevin Samuels and he's spewing that crap and he's thinking, oh, I'm just making a dime, I'm becoming famous, et cetera, he's not taking into account, and of course he's not, the people who are sitting up under him, the cult followers, and their mentalities. That you could be planting seeds in them that could be causing a woman to get her ace kicked every night. Mm-hmm. Because she gained 5 pounds or whatever, because he's always talking about the black women being overweight, et cetera, et cetera. Like I said, he has this list of standards for Black women.
He just does not know. If that
And he
woman
does not
was an
realize, right.
abusive husband and he kills her, he could go to jail.
It's sad. It is dangerous. And that's what really, really bothers me, because I have a heart for people. And I do realize, even with Ron, I saw his ignorance. I said, poor baby. I said, he's lost. He's just looking for love in all the wrong places. And in this case, a cult. I think I'm one of the only people as of yet to call it that, but that's what it is. It's based on technology and the advent of social media. This is a platform. Social media, YouTube included, is a platform for cult leaders. Not all are cult leaders, but people like Kevin Samuels, it's just modern day cults.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You set up a platform, you have a microphone, and you build a following. And this following is based on disparaging Black women.
Mm-hmm.
It is very dangerous. It is very dangerous. But again, when I mentor Black women, young and older, my issue is be accountable for yourselves. And most importantly, those who have children, do not allow your children to be spoon-fed by this crap.
Yeah.
Because children are very vulnerable. And those are the ones who are susceptible to acting in a violent way, or feeling like, okay, if you're 10, 11 on up today and you're being nurtured by the manosphere as a young Black man, you are more likely to be an abuser of Black women.
Mm-hmm.
Based on your mentality, because they're preaching hate. It's hate. And I don't understand it, because I've seen channels on YouTube with a Christian theme, or people just blatantly say, I don't approve of homosexuality, but I don't wish any hate or violence towards them.
Mm-hmm.
Just in a peaceful way, exercise their rights to say, I don't agree with the behavior, but I do accept people exercising their free will. But these are channels that YouTube will sabotage. But when you have crap like that, and what Tasha K does, the controversial entertainment or podcasting, whatever you want to call it, YouTube will get behind crap like that. Because they're making money when they make money. They're monetized.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't like the platform. I am looking for, and I'm so busy in my everyday life, extremely busy. I haven't eaten today because I've been extremely busy. And I try to support, you and Max. So whenever I know you guys are on, I try to, at least pop in or whatever. But I know, like I told Max's numbers are not accurate. He's a threat. So it's important for me. I need to find a platform, even if I have to create my own platform where I have full control.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about people working behind the scenes and manipulating the numbers and just basically working to try to ensure that certain channels don't get anywhere. Because nothing's free. YouTube is not free. That's why they do what they do behind the scenes.
Yeah. Shoots.
But I appreciate what you guys are doing, because it's something that I do in everyday life, but it's just, I hate it when people like Max, you guys, what you're trying to do. I know what's going on. I mean, you don't even have to believe it. I've seen it enough. I've experienced it. I know what it is. And if you come in with a huge following, like if you're a social media person, like most people establish their social media platforms maybe 10 or more years ago, so they can transfer people from Facebook, and have thousands of followers. So if you come into YouTube that way, you have more of an opportunity for success, because it's hard for them to manipulate and sabotage people who come in with a huge following. But if you're somebody like Max and you're working from scratch,
Mm-hmm.
You're really putting out the content, you're working hard, you're putting in the time, but you didn't come in with a huge social media following that you transferred from Instagram or whatever. It's easier for them to sabotage you or make sure you don't get anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I noticed like something a little subtle, when we ain't been doing a live because we doing research or whatever.
Right.
I'm like, is it me or is our numbers slowly going up? You know,
Right.
and I was like, well, we ain't been on a live, so why is it going up? So was they always up and they've been suppressing it, and now that we don't seem to be active, they easing up on those numbers?
It's so a friend, we about for 3 years now. She had a platform, and family members, et cetera, but we figured out, like, we would do things, for example, like when she had her platform and they're a motivational speaker, et cetera. So she would put out content and then she would have like maybe 100 views. And the way we set it up to test it, she came in and she had 100 views, and then she checked the next day and it would be rolled back. And then she's like, okay, nobody's commenting on my channel. So I said, okay, let's just test it. So what I would do is get on another computer and I would make a comment on her channel. I would subscribe to her channel and I'm like, okay, do you see the subscription? And she's like, no. I said, okay, I made a comment. Do you see the comment? She said no. And I said, and we had 10 people test it, different people, and you could not see the activity on her channel. And that's because they have the ability. YouTube has moderators and they have the ability to suppress, or they can ghost you, just like how you as a moderator or your moderators have the ability to block or hide people or put them in timeout.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube has the ultimate controls for that. That's how a lot of people end up ghosted, and they're commenting on channels and they're like, okay, nobody's talking to me. Nobody's talking to you because nobody can see you.
Yeah.
And it's not that the channel creator is hiding you or ghosting you. It's because YouTube is trying to sabotage said channel.
Mm-hmm.
And when people start to communicate with you and support you, that puts you on the road for success. And there's some people that they don't want to succeed, and they don't have an affinity for Christians. They do not have an affinity for people who don't agree with homosexuality. I mean, no hate, just say, I don't approve of the behavior. I don't agree with it. You can't say that. But if you're like a Candace Owens, or you're like the Manosphere people, and you're just talking about stupid, like Max said, the stuff that he is hearing is just insane. Like, what is this garbage?
Mm-hmm.
But these are the people whose subscriptions are going up. These are the people who appear to be succeeding. Why? Because that's how YouTube wants us as Black people to play the game. If you play it the way we want you to play it, then you stand a bigger chance of being successful. And like with Max, starting from scratch, it's harder that way. That's why I'm like, I don't have time for this, because being a content creator is a lot of work. You guys do a lot of lives, but with my busy schedule, it was a matter of producing, editing, whatever. And I think the highest video I had was like over 2,000. But anything that was against homosexuality or standing up for Black people or Black women, it's like, okay, I'm like, why is it cycling? And it wasn't cycling because they would not promote it.
Mm-hmm.
They roll back the numbers. And you know how you on the side, when you're on YouTube viewing a video, and then they'll have a lineup of suggested videos that are in sync with what you're already viewing?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you get cycled. And people are going to click on it. But see, if they're not cycling you or putting you in that lineup, even in your subscribers, because my friend, like I said, when we tested it, I was like, well, I'm logged in, I'm a subscriber, but I don't see any of your videos. And she had at that time maybe 60 videos up. And I said, I don't see any of your videos as an option. for the autoplay or to roll after. And she was like, what? I said, yeah. I said, I tried to tell you. I said, they're trying to sabotage you. And she just gave up because I told her, I said, you work too hard, as my case was. And I'm like, I was successful, but I'm like, my success is not true to what I am doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just have no time for this. I said, so I'll figure out how to create my own platform or some way. I'm so busy where I can have total control over my platform.
Mm-hmm.
Because people need what you guys are putting out. And you could just tell with your comments and stuff. It's like, I've seen it before. And I try to subtly say it in a roundabout way, but and YouTube, they have people that they subscribe to your channel when they assign, when you're a threat or when they're trying to make sure that you don't go any further than where they want you to go, they actually subscribe to your channel. That way they'll get notifications when you put out content. And then if you're a person they deem as a threat, they'll listen to your content and be like, okay, this person is anti-homosexuality. So we're going to make sure that, this is not cycled as much as it would be without the manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
It's a joke. Like I said, if you come in with a huge following, you might stand a pretty good chance of really breaking that wall. But if you're somebody that's like, hey, I'm trying to start from scratch, I have good content, and if it's not what YouTube deems is favorable, it's not going anywhere.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But you guys, it's not in vain. I tell people about you guys, and because I like, the stance, what you're working towards.
Yeah, I try to tell Max, don't let the numbers worry you. We building slowly but surely. I'd rather have a few people that's listening to us, that's with us, than have hundreds
Trash.
of people that's just there for trash and
To
drama.
cause problems. Exactly. Again, it's quality over quantity.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a slow build, but you are building. And it's just a matter of just continuing to exercise the faith, and the content's there, and people are peaking. There are always people looking. And what I learned is that your views are not true to your actual views. I have researched this. I have confirmed it. I say this succinctly. I know that, and many people, when I check to see the lawsuits against YouTube, and it's funny because what we had experienced, a lot of people took them to court and said, they're manipulating my numbers and this, and YouTube always won because the laws right now, they're like, these are private companies and we can't tell them how to operate. So nobody to date has won a major lawsuit against them. But it's funny in my research how I saw so many people that had the same experience that I've had, and my friend. And I was like, wow, look, we didn't even see this, and look at the complaints. But YouTube was like, it's the algorithm. The algorithm is not racist. It's our algorithm. I'm like, cut the crap. You have moderators. You have humans. And I found out they pay people about, I think it's $13 or $18 an hour. Whenever somebody flags something, these people have to listen to it or view it and to either corroborate the flag or the complaint or to pass it. And I said, you have humans who interact with the content, with the channels, and they have the ability to manipulate the information on the channels. I'm like, don't play that game. Not all of us are stupid. And when I see a content creator really working hard, and I just see that they don't get past a certain point. Like there's another content creator, and she has to have like maybe, she's been on for three years. He has slightly over 1,000 subscribers, but her platform is promoting Black unity. She talks a lot about Malcolm X and et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, your channel's not going but so far. I said, because I noticed a video never gets more than maybe 200 views. She gets no likes. And I don't know this person, but I can look at some channels because of what I have learned in my experience. I said, this channel is being tampered with. They'll give you some kibbles and bits because they try to be discreet. Mm-hmm. But if you really pay attention, you're like, okay, why is this happening? Or why was this number, this way one day and it seems like it's rolling back? Or why does it seem like, the numbers is stagnant or frozen or whatever? So I don't have time to waste. Time is too precious for me to waste. But when I was talking about something bashing certain people, I got like 2,000. I think I had a video up it was about Paula White, TD Jakes, and it was about exposing Christian pimps and crooks, et cetera, et cetera. And oh my gosh, it was like less than a week. I had over, one was like the Paula White one was like, it hit like 2,000 views. And then the TD Jakes one exposing, him for certain things. That way I said, so basically what they're trying to manipulate me into doing is saying, hey, if you create this type of content, you'll get the views. And if you stop talking about Black unity and accept what you guys are talking about, then, leave that stuff alone. But if you gravitate towards this type of content creation, then you'll succeed. But see, I didn't play that game because I'm not altering my goals just because I'm not on, I wasn't on YouTube to try to get monetized or whatever. I was literally like you guys trying to be a help, to be a part.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody's in the chat, Dane. Emmanuel said Lisa
Cabrera.
Okay. Yeah, Lisa Cabrera and 3 other Black YouTubers sued YouTube for racial bias. They definitely hide numbers and manipulate algorithms to stifle positive Black content creators. Yeah, no doubt. Mm-hmm. I'm just waiting for the day somebody wins in court, and it's going to happen. The devil always has his day. When you're a puppet of the devil, it can only last for so long. But it's very true. They don't have an affinity for real Christians. And when I say real Christians, I mean the ones who are standing on the truth of the Bible and doing it without hate. And as I said, if you are anti-homosexuality, you can just simply say, I don't agree with it, and try to have a healthy debate with other people. Like, hey, okay, tell me why you feel like it's okay. And then I'll just debating. It's the essence of debating. They don't want anybody to even say that it's wrong or that you don't agree with. Mm-hmm. They don't want to hear that. If you're not a Donald Trump supporter, I noticed content that I had put out about Donald Trump. Whereas on my other platform, I deal with Podbean, and that's something you guys can look into. It, cycled fine. It was fine there. But I noticed anything that had to do with racism, Donald Trump, those were videos. That was content that did not move. Mm-hmm. It literally just was seemingly frozen, but I'm a thinker. And I started to investigate. And like I said, we started to look into it. And and I said, you know what? I'm not wasting my time with this bull crap. I don't have time for it. Because I spent sometimes hours producing my content, and then I edited my content, then established it, and then had to be like, okay, if the YouTube stalkers or the behind the scenes moderators assigned to my channel to monitor it feel that this video is a threat, I said it's not going anywhere. It's just going to sit there, and I work maybe a week on it or whatever. So I still create content, but I'm waiting to find that platform where I have total control. And there's too much intellectual theft. And it's just like you said about Kevin Samuels, like you heard something where he was talking like Max, like he had switched gears.
Yeah, I'm like,
And see, that's
whoa.
intellectual theft. They do that as well. Like when you're a small channel, you have people checking for you and they're stealing your content. And it's easier to steal from a quote unquote small content or just getting started content creator because nobody's really checking for you.
Mhm.
So it's like, okay, I can use this person's talking points, and the chances of me getting caught are slim to none because this person is not well known. And YouTube is not cycling this person, not rotating their content.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
And I said, I'm not putting my intellectual property, all of my nuggets, what I call spiritual nuggets, up here for some, more successful content creator to come and just steal my talking points and utilize them to feed their people. I said, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Now, I admit that if we all on the same page and stuff like that, and you happen to be using our talking points, but we're on the same page about the same things,
And give you
I don't
credit.
have no issue with it. But if you trying to use what we've been saying all this time to to make yourself look better for your group, and you ain't been talking about this before ever, and all of a sudden you're talking about, oh no, you got to go, you
Right.
know, you know. Hmm.
And that's what they do. That's exactly what they do. And if you're going to, like me, I don't care about you utilizing my talking points. Just give me credit for it.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Just give
Yeah.
me credit for it. But see, when it comes to intellectual theft, and when they think you're a quote unquote nobody, why would they give you credit? Because
No.
one, they want to keep peeking in your window, checking for you every week to see what you got going on with their notepads and be like, you know what? I think that's what I'll talk about next week on my channel. You know what? That's a great idea. Or I will talk about something to counter that. But you still motivated them in some form or fashion.
Hmm.
So they're still utilizing your talking points, even if they alter the talking points, but you will never know it if you are a small or just getting started content creator. It's too easy to do. And I had so many people just say, because I put my email, I made that accessible, and I had people say, I was trying, did you get my comment? Did you get my super chat? And I was like, no, I didn't get any of that. And I was like, okay, they're hiding. They probably have it. They had it set where I could not engage easily with my content, with my subscribers and my potential subscribers.
Okay. Okay.
Emmanuel, what is the Black Junction app? What is that?
I knew there was a website called Black Junction, but I thought that was down.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I've never heard of it, Emmanuel, but enlighten me. I'll check it out. I'll research it, Google it. But if there's anything that you want to elaborate on, go for it. And there's so many, but it's just like my next goal. I think what I'm going to do is create a website,
Oh,
and it's important that I have like a player where I can go live or whatever. And I've tried this on places like Podbean, but whenever I said that I was not in support of homosexuality, I started facing the same issues with Podbean behind the scenes. And I knew it. And I was like, okay, look at this. This content is moving, but anytime I say something anti-homosexuality, no hate at all. It's just standing on the fact that no, I don't agree with it. I do not support it. And I don't think it was, I know, biblically speaking, it is out of line with the word of God.
mm-hmm.
And then that content I started to deal with the same BS that I experienced on YouTube. So I was like, you know what? I don't have time for this. So I said, even if I spend a good amount of money, probably $1,000, $2,000, and I'm so busy, but I said, I'm going to create a website. I'm going to start there and have my own ability to go live or have a media player. And I blog a lot, and I'll start there. And then, and I'm also writing books or whatever. But my goal is to have control over my content. Because I'm not trying to make money. I'm trying to help people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, most people get on YouTube like the Kevin Samuels, their motivation is money. It's about becoming a YouTube celebrity or whatever. That's not my goal. I am really trying to link up with my tribe, people like you guys,
Mm-hmm.
who are saying something, who are constructive in your standing, who are courageous, who are encouragers.
Yeah.
And that's few and coming now, because most people are on that gravy train, that polluted
Yeah.
crap that is
Yeah.
dominating. I'm like, what the heck is this?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a black version of YouTube, I believe. All right, Emmanuel, I'm forever, researching, but I'll definitely check it out. And there's like DTube. I've done a lot of research. DTube it's just a joke. So there's so many. And there's the Clubhouse. Have you heard of that, Dane?
The Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's an
I
app.
don't think so. I think I might be confusing it with some kind of dating site or hookup site.
If I'm not mistaken, because somebody, one of my ex-subscribers when I was on didn't want me to take my channel down, and she mentioned, I think it's Clubhouse, don't quote me on it, but it's a platform where it's relatively new, and you have a lot of people. You have to have like a code or something to gain access, or you have to have an invite, and then you have like various channels, and you just go into the different clubhouses or rooms. But I said, no, that's cute, but that's not what I'm looking for. Because I'm going to run into the same issue. The minute I start talking about something that the controllers of the platform have a problem with, it's just going to be the same.
Okay. All right. All right. It is getting late. Ooh, it's 1
It
o'clock
is
in the
late.
morning.
I don't know where you are, but it is late.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think Princess, she hung with us, Emmanuel.
Mm-hmm. There's a few people in the clouds.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's been real. Sis, it was a fight to get in. My computer, because I utilize it a lot for work, I have so many safeguards on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I had, unless I use my camera and my mic, I typically, to be safe, I block all of that. So I had literally, it was locked up like Fort Knox. So I had to go in my settings, and I had to take all those firewalls. I had to take all of that stuff down. And once, I'll put it back up, because I'm just very leery with social media. But it's been a pleasure. I don't know what happened to Abby. She bowed out.
Well, considering that there's a big, at least 5 hour difference, so it's like 5 o'clock in the morning for her.
Oh, I'm here. It's morning, so
Where are you? Where are you, Abby?
I'm in Ghana.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, ladies. It was a pleasure. Until the next time.
All right. Okay. All right. Thanks for joining us. It's always good to have ladies on our ladies' night.
Right.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right. We're going to leave out with some music. I'll see y'all next week.
All right.
See